Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all well. I know you're wondering where am I. I'm walking through the middle here. A very warm climate change welcome to you. Deliberately so, obviously, given the weather. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm Chief Operating Officer and Chief Spokesperson at Friends of Europe, and have the pleasure and the privilege to moderate this session and this summit, which is all about integrated thinking. We've got to a point in our lives where I think politically, economically, in terms of economics and socially, we need to be having a much more of a, let's say, getting a grip moment and joining the dots moment, and actually thinking that we simply cannot continue to behave, think about policy and implementation in a siloed manner. Our lives aren't structured that way, and why should we be making policy in that way? And this is about, as we say, integrated Europe for a climate resilient Europe. What we have in store for you in this story, a good story has a beginning, a middle, and the end. And ours will be starting with the notion of industry and how we move industry forward in a clean, resilient, just manner. How do we make sure that we've got our ducks lined up and we don't leave people behind, but also we don't leave economies behind within Europe? How do we make sure we create balance, that the rich West, Germany and France, etc., don't leave behind Greece, Italy and others, Spain, for example, Portugal, in the lower ranks, and others? How do we make sure the East is able to really move forward in a just way, whilst not disrupting economies, if you like, where especially where there's a reliance on fossil fuels, etc., and where people haven't started to even think about how to move forward in a more pragmatic, incremental way that ensures that both the economic engine is aligned to the social engine. And actually what we want to do is think of the two in one, if you like. You know the environment we're in, as you can see. I mean, our temperatures are the highest they'll ever be, I suppose, at the moment. I can't say they'll ever be, because we get every year a report saying that it's got even hotter, and the IPCC's reports are going to become soon incredulous, because it's like, what's the point of saying it's too late? Because they've said it so often. And we've got this kind of convergence of a war, an economic crisis, an energy crisis, and we're likely to have a climate crisis in terms of the extremities of weather upon us, most likely this winter, in the next 4 months. As you can see, it's hideously warm in a way that we never imagined Brussels to be, but also other parts of the world. So how do we make sure that those who are, at the poorest end, and that's no one in this room, poorest end of society, are not actually broken apart, underserved, and underprivileged in the outcomes of a just transition that actually tackles climate change, but also creates equality and inclusion, and we make sure that we get an inclusive growth model to our future. To help us on this, in this discussion, we have a lovely panel first, where a group of speakers are going to start to think about these issues. I'm going to start with Timur. Timur, thank you very much for being with us. You do a number of things in the Energy Agency, and we're very pleased to have you here. What do you think we need to do? What parts of the clean supply chain do we need to be able to make sure we focus on in Europe? And what kind of competitive advantage does the EU hold?
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, thanks to the colleagues from Friends of Europe for the kind invitation. Really great to be here with you today. The way we try to think about the clean energy transition and clean energy technologies, in particular those that are mass manufactured, is that we are entering a new industrial age, which is an age of clean energy technology manufacturing. We released a report earlier this year, Energy Technology Perspectives, where we looked into supply chains in very much detail for all the different clean energy technologies out there. And when you look at just what happened over the last 2 decades, technologies that were in their infancy 20 years ago, like solar PV and wind, or if you look at electric vehicles and batteries, which were in their infancy 10 years ago, they have turned into vast manufacturing operations as of today, and there is much more to come. Certainly on the level of deployment, PV is breaking records every year. Electric cars, we just sold globally 3 years ago, 1 in 25 vehicles were electric. This year we're expecting 1 in 5 cars to be electric. So it's a huge, huge jump that we're seeing on the deployment side. And what we've analyzed is the manufacturing side here as well, where we are seeing very, very similar trends. Battery manufacturing, for example, we took stock as of Q1 this year. What are the announcements for battery manufacturing capacity for the long term? And it's actually sufficient to, the announcements, if all of them come to, if all of them materialize, it would be sufficient to cater 60% of sales being electric by the year 2030. From 4% beginning of this decade to 60% by the end of this decade, aligned with our net zero by 2050 roadmap. Solar PV manufacturing is actually growing so strongly in terms of the announcements that it's well in excess of what our net zero pathway to 2050 would suggest is needed by the year 2030. So a big overhaul of industrial operations taking place. The new energy economy, in our view, is actually coming much faster than many people think, and with that age of clean technology manufacturing. Now, where's the problem? And this is also going into Europe now gradually. The problem is that not every country is well positioned to reap the benefits of that new energy economy. In fact, what we've analyzed is every single step of the supply chain for a range of clean energy technologies, and what you find is that these supply chains are heavily geographically concentrated. It's obvious when it comes to critical minerals mining, where you either have the resource or you don't have it, and so these resources are very much concentrated in a set of countries, and so they dominate global production right now. But when you look at every other step of the supply chain, critical mineral processing, production of key materials like steel, aluminum that we need to build our electric cars, our wind turbines, etc. And of course the manufacturing of these key technologies, from PV to batteries to wind, etc. These are all heavily geographically concentrated, all very much in China. So China is far and away the largest producer of all of these steps in the clean energy technology supply chains. And when you look at the announcements that have been made, this is not going to change in the near future. To 2030, the sheer amount of announcements in China mean that China is far and away best placed to tap into the new energy economy that is emerging, despite even the Inflation Reduction Act that has been implemented. Europe, in many ways, has been a champion in the development of technologies and in the deployment of technologies. But the step in between, the manufacturing, that enables you to reap the industrial benefits, is where we need to make up grounds. Now, coming to your question is a bit long-winded approach to your question.
Helpful
what can
context.
Europe do in many ways? There are 3 things that I think are important here, and I know this is a very intense debate here in Brussels. Industrial policy, what does it actually mean for us here in Europe? The Net Zero Industry Act is a first step in this place, but there are 3 points I would like to make. One is, it's important for Europe to build on its own strength. It's not that Europe doesn't have strength, it has quite a few. There are some that are obvious, the large internal market with all the issues around it, of course, but it's a key asset. The skilled workforce that we have in Europe, this is a key asset that we can benefit from. The leading universities that we have, at least I hope they are leading. I mean, I studied in Europe in 3 different countries, so hopefully. But I mean, this is just a side point. But definitely, in terms of these kind of soft assets around it, outside the manufacturing itself, there are key advantages. Europe is still a key player in the production of a couple of clean energy technologies, even today. Wind power is one, despite all the difficulties that the sector is facing in the supply chain context. EV manufacturing is a key player. Heat pumps, Europe is a key player. Electrolyzers is a key player. So Europe has some good basis to work from, and it can foster synergies with different industries. Europe has a very strong industrial base. from the chemical industry to the automotive industry to steel production, etc. Europe has a lot of world-famous brands with access to large global export markets. So this is something to work from, foster synergies between new industries and the existing industries. The second step is building strategic partnerships. So first, building on its own strength, but second, building strategic partnerships. I think it's important to recognize that it's not realistic for Europe, as it is for any other country, to compete in each and every single step of the supply chain, let alone in every supply chain. So building here on strategic partnerships with countries around the world that can complement the strength that Europe has for itself is an important opportunity. And the last point I would like to make is to push the innovation frontier. I think this is not something that is singular to one technology or something, but it's an important aspect of each and every step of the supply chain. Again, if you cannot build the technology cheaper than others, then try to build it better. Make it more durable, make it more efficient, make it less dependent on critical minerals, for example. There are many different things that you can do on the innovation frontier to improve these technologies. And I would like, and this is the last point in the innovation space that I would like to make, is in terms of material production, Europe is cutting edge on the innovation frontier. Steel production in particular, far and away the largest pipeline of projects to produce steel that is near zero emission compatible is actually in Europe. So building on these kind of strength in the context of the various different industries that Europe has is one of the key aspects that I would like to make. Thank you.
Timo, thank you. I have to say, it doesn't fill me with great confidence and hope, though. I mean, a lot of the stuff is really soft and sort of, you know, namby-pamby to a certain extent. You know, got soft power. And this is not a criticism of you. It's about a self-reflection of Europe, because it kind of gives a sense of, you know, don't give up, keep your resolve. It'll all be okay on the night. But actually, the assessment is really, you know, 3 out of 10 if you were to have a scorecard. And what you're saying is that, I mean, clearly there are some industries, but even, you know, steel, when you think about steel, you know, who owns that production company mostly, if you think about where the supply chain goes out of Europe. And you're quite right. You know, it's quite interesting that what you say about China is a really important point, because even in Germany, I've heard and I've seen that the solar panels are made in China and they're put into a German wrapper to say these are German made, and they're actually not. So there's something about what you're saying that I suppose there's something that's always been the case here is our deficit of having a manufacturing model and a scalable model between R&D, good stuff on tech or you know, cutting edge, you know, technologies, but then taking it to a larger market, which it's almost like we're on a virtuous loop. We say this every year, and it's been saying this for decades. And I suppose one of the things that would be good to, and I'll see what the audience have to say about this, is that, you know, how do we get a grip? And that's, I keep on using that word, is that time's running out, time is short, we know that. And adversity is fine to inspire, you know, the catalytic change, but we don't have to always have that, I suppose. And I suppose the thing is that I suppose I'm now going to move on to the banker side, if you like. We've got the potential opportunities. Constance, it's great to have you here, a banker, you know, investment bank. You've committed to put about 50% of your portfolio towards this agenda, you know, in terms of climate action and sustainability and environment. When you hear what Timur said, what's your view? How are you kind of planning to upscale or increase innovation in the marketplace?
Yeah, and thank you very much for the kind invitation to be here today. When you talk about climate, then I would you know, immediately add that at the EIB, we're not only looking at climate, but also at environmental sustainability. So biodiversity, nature-based solutions. Sometimes, you know, that part of environment and nature doesn't always get the attention that it needs, in my view. And yes, indeed, we took some big decisions several years ago with our board to dedicate at least 50% of our financing to climate and environment. And we're actually already, it was supposed to be by 2025 to allow us to ramp up the portfolio of projects, but we're pretty good at execution. Actually, last year we already delivered 58%, 36.5 billion of financing for climate and environment. Not to say that meeting those targets year after year and further growing is not a mean thing to do. And I have to say that with that ambitious target, we also found that it was necessary to further up our game on advisory, because we couldn't always find, the bankable projects in the market. So with our Climate Bank roadmap, we also agreed some frameworks, particularly for our corporate clients, because we also wanted to make sure that we were not just financing the green projects of a corporate high-emitting climate while they were doing nothing else, with the rest of their portfolio. So we were asking for their decarbonization plans. And when they didn't have one, and some of the mid-caps, for example, were found in this situation, then we were, we are working with them in order to get that further in the company. SMEs, I think, is another one which is very important to really, get them on track on this agenda. So we have been working through the EU Invest program to set up a green gateway. We like gateways these days. So we have a green checker. We're working, with our financial intermediaries to translate, EU taxonomy. What are the green activities in normal business language, to make sure that more of our money, is going into that. But we do see challenges. If we look to innovation, we think that 50% of the technologies that we need to get to net zero are not yet fully commercialized. We have other important new technologies. Wind was mentioned, offshore wind. We're financing floating offshore wind, but also hydrogen. We are, in our view, we're still really at an early stage of market integration and ramp up. We still have a huge job to do on the distribution, so the electricity, the grids, the network infrastructure, and also storage. And we need new technology solutions for that. So we're also very much focused on making sure that we can support, those, new breakthrough technologies, and we've been working, on different tools. In short, we think that we really, need to speed up the access to long-term, so patient capital and risk-bearing capital. And that's why, we always have to look to, how we can combine different sources. We're a bank, after all. Our loans need to be repaid. We can take, certain risk. But it often works very well, if you can combine, EU budget with EIB finance and, set up these de-risking instruments. The single market was mentioned. I think we still have some work to do.
Indeed.
Whenever we have a circular economy project, I can tell you, because we're also looking to barriers to investment, we have no scale. And if we have no scale, there is no sizable business that we can develop. So more work to do on that. Not to mention the challenge that we have in the EU, that the financing is very much bank lending financing. We have venture, we have the European Investment Fund, but if you look to the scale, for example, in the US, I don't think I need to repeat that in this room, but we really need to develop that capital markets union. And we should not be forgetting digitalization. It is really an enabler, and also in that area, there's really a lot more to do.
Constance, thank you very much. I suppose the issue there is very much about the speed with which the money can go to the right place and then actually have impact. And that's, I suppose, you're caught in that end, that almost at the upstream level, aren't you? Because of the decisions you've made. It's not going to get to market potentially in time for 2030. Is that a fair assessment?
we're working on it, but I think we always have to review, whether we've got the right, tools in the toolbox. And to that extent, I think the U.S. IRA was a nice wake-up call.
Yeah.
So I think it really pushed us to think through and to continue to work on making sure that we're taking all the right steps, and that's not a subsidy race in order to get to the net zero technology. And I think the fact that we are indeed focusing on manufacturing capacity is a long overlooked issue. So I think it's really good that this is on the agenda. But there are other parts as well that we need to work a little bit harder on, like energy efficiency. I really think that there are more gains to be made.
Excellent, thank you. If any of you have a burgeoning question or an issue that's raised in your belly or gut or mind or whatever as a result of what you've heard, feel free to raise your hand. Great. Can I have a microphone here, please? I've caught off everyone by guard, obviously. Gentleman there, yes, that's right. Can I ask you to introduce yourself, and if it's a question directed to a particular panelist or general one, based on what you've heard so far?
Larry Moffat with the Brussels Press Club. I guess it's a question for Mr. Gül and maybe also for Ms. Khan. I attended a conference, a PV industry conference some weeks ago, and there was a representative there from one of the main Chinese manufacturers, and she said that they were planning, thanks to the IRA, they're planning to open manufacturing plants in the US, but she said, quote, there is no business case at the moment to do so in Europe. On the other hand, Ms. Khan, you mentioned hydrogen, and I see that Europe is investing billions in hydrogen. Not to be cynical, but it's certainly quite convenient for the natural gas industry that they can hope to use their infrastructure for that. So are we not putting our eggs in the wrong basket in terms of putting so much into the unproven hydrogen technology and not enough in solar?
And do you feel that that the hydrogen solution is kind of a one that the lobbyists have won? Is that what you're saying? So I'm just really clear. Let's just kind of cut to the chase.
I suspect so.
Okay. All right. Gentleman just behind you, thank you. Again, introduce yourself.
Yes, Bruno Tobak, Member of Parliament in Belgium. Actually, to build on that, I think it was Timur who spoke of the strong industrial base that we have in Europe and which is an advantage. But isn't it also a bit of a burden? Because part of the explanation, that's why hydrogen is so interesting, part of the interest in hydrogen is that we have a strong industry that can, with small adaptations, use hydrogen. The only problem is that we don't really have the capacity for green hydrogen production in Europe at a scale big enough to fill everyone's needs. Car industry is a bit of the same problem. Yes, we have a strong car industry, but it has been passed a long time ago when it comes to electric car production by car industries elsewhere in the world. So I have a strong impression that a lot of our industrial base is more of a burden in stranded assets than an asset for the long term. And how do we direct the investment and the money that we need and that we are short of compared to the IRA? How do we direct it to a future-proofed industry instead of keeping the dinosaurs alive?
Or I suppose, how do you repair and reuse existing assets, if you call them stranded, into something that's kind of usable? And when you think about hydrogen, what are we going to do with all those petrol stations all over Europe? How do you kind of do the transformation? I'm not sure anyone's thinking about that, actually.
And how do you avoid becoming dependent of countries elsewhere in the world that can produce hydrogen for us and transport it to Europe at great cost and great inefficiencies, up to the point when someone will realize that when you can produce hydrogen in Africa or in South America, why wouldn't you also produce the steel that you can produce based on hydrogen in South America or in Africa?
Great, that was a good start. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, that was kind of spice things up. So, Timur, first to you.
Okay, yeah, it's a whole array of questions. to be
I know, it's
honest.
good, right?
I'm not
Everybody
sure,
wants
do
to
we
have
have
a
the
good
entire
breakfast.
day for these 2 questions, or is it fewer? Now, when it comes to photovoltaic, I think there is no question that this is a key technology for decarbonizing power and for anything that will enable electrification in any kind of country. It's far and away, it's now the cheapest source of electricity generation, and far and away the most amount of countries, including in many countries in Europe. It's scalable. It has all the assets that you need from a mass manufactured technology that help further bring down the cost. I actually spoke with Chinese manufacturers as well, and they're expecting another 50% cost drop until 2026 relative to 2020. There is no question that this is important technology, and key technology for anything, but the reality is too that the vast amount of manufacturing operations is currently taking place in China. And I think this is just a fact. It's not that anyone, or I'm not trying to say that this is a good or bad, it's just a fact. And the cheapest modules are being produced in China. Far and away the largest amount of manufacturing operations is in China. So this is something that Europe will need to deal with, and I think the Net Zero Industry Act is a step in this, taking steps in this direction. I would not play out hydrogen versus solar PV. Hydrogen is not a technology that is, or an energy vector that is meant to do the same thing as photovoltaic. It is to be consumed in appropriate portions, I would say. It has an important place in the decarbonization of specific industries. We are today producing and consuming 96 million tons of hydrogen. The amount of CO2 that is coming from that hydrogen, which is entirely fossil-based, is equivalent to the annual emissions of UK and Indonesia combined. So it's a huge thing. We have to decarbonize that. There's no way around it. So I would not play out these type of technologies in this, are we betting on the wrong horse or one way or another? We will need them. No, I mean, there is no way around it, in my view. Just in terms of hydrogen, with all the technical aspects that were also mentioned by the second speaker here, it needs to find its appropriate place in the energy system. Long-distance transport is a possibility in its derivatives, potentially. Heavy industries are key applications. So here, these are important aspects to consider, and electrolyzers certainly have a similar advantage in many ways like PV. It's modular. No, it can be mass manufactured, so cost can come down here as well. The second question is more about the industrial base here, and what I'm thinking of here is not necessarily the problem of incumbents that you're talking about, but it's more the skills that we have in these industries, in the chemical industry, in the car industry, etc. I recognize, of course, all the difficulties that you touched upon. I think there's no question about this. The industries will need the appropriate policy signals in order to make these transformations, and there will be a couple of tough questions to be asked, no, in terms of what is being produced where, what is being imported from where. No? So these kind of questions are actually being discussed in many countries, I would say. But I think we need to think of our industries that we have in Europe also as an asset, no, to build that transformation in a forward-leaning way, because keeping an industrial structure in Europe is certainly an important policy preoccupation here in Europe as well.
Great, thank you. Constance?
Yeah, to a certain extent, the question reminds me of the board discussions we had back in 2010. You know, when we were financing basically the wind parks, and every time, you know, when such a project came to the board, there was this debate whether, you know, this wind energy would ever be cost competitive, whether it could live, you know, without subsidies. And look, you know, where we, you know, are now to today. So I would also agree, you know, that we need a stable source. So, and I do think that there are areas in the EU where it makes a lot of sense. We're investing in Spain, for example, where we have renewable energy sources and the potential, you know, for hydrogen. So we really think it is important, you know, to further develop this technology. We also do a lot of work with cities and regions And we know that there is a huge potential for rooftop solar in the cities. We just have to, again, further think through, how we can, get to the financial products that make it easier to really, finance these at scale. So you come at green mortgages. You come at, bringing these green mortgages together and securitizing them so that we can, do that at larger scale. So again, there is work to do. I think we have to be innovative, also on the kind, of financing, products that we need.
Thank you.
That there is a huge transformation challenge for our industry. I totally agree on that. We've been a bit late.
Absolutely. But it's not all down to you either. I mean, there's politics in the way as well. I mean, the council and the commission could have acted much faster by using its foresight and thinking very differently about the transition. It's what you're saying, absolutely right, that 10, 15 years ago, in terms of solar or even wind, it was a sense of, nah, it's never going to happen. It's never going to be competitive. And it's like, not being able to see the wood for the trees, as they say in the UK. However, I'm going to move to two of our European young leaders, one from the alumni of our young leaders, and then one from our current class. But Andre, two bits of legislation have come out, Net Zero Industry Act, and you've got the Critical Raw Materials Act. It's like, great, legislating for something that actually you have no potential to deliver. Potentially, that's me saying this, obviously. Do we have the technological readiness to move in the right direction? But I suppose you can move in the right direction, but can you do it in a timely way? So over to you, Andre.
Thank you, and hello to everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Let me give you 4 numbers. I'm 99%, 72%, 26 out of 31, and 97%. So let me unpack that. 99%, that is what Timur just mentioned, is the share of China in the solar panel production. I mean, some people say 90, some people say 99.9, but that's basic. And here, the point here, it's about scale. These industries are completely industries which are only driven by scale. That means investors will only go in if there is a continental upside. And one of the things I would like to unpack on this topic on readiness is you can have the technology, and most of the solar technologies were, by the way, invented in companies like Q-Cells and the Fraunhofers in your country, also part my country, but they were scaled somewhere else. And the money is there in Europe, it's there in China, but just that the continental upside that you have there is second to none. 72%, that's the past, the solar part. 72%, that's what's happening right now. That's the share of batteries produced by China globally. And despite all the gigafactory projects, the Northvolt, Verkor, and all that we have in ACC in Europe, this rate is increasing. And that, here the point is not about scale, it's also about innovation. Right now, somebody talked about stranded assets. Right now, we are massively investing in Europe in lithium-ion batteries. I mean, it has become a household name. Well, CATL, maybe that was no, you talked about solar. CATL, which is the biggest producer in China of batteries, they begin to bet very big on sodium batteries, on what we call solid state, on air, lithium air batteries, etc. So they're already thinking about the next big thing. And the innovation part, it seems that we have on one side scale, on the other side innovation. Third, 26 out of 31. That is a more interesting one. These are 31 are the number of startups in the fusion domain. Okay, fusion, some might say, like Stefan Zweig used to say about Brazil, it's the country of the future, and the joke was it will always remain like that. Fusion was always 30 years ahead. Well, this might not be the case anymore. There were 2 major breakthroughs in the last 12 months, one at MIT and one at the Lawrence Livermore lab in California, which may make this, sun in the bottle, that's basically what fusion is, a reality. And 26 startups in this area out of 31 are in the US. isn't that an irony? Who is the continent and the country that really has an energy problem? It's not the US. It's definitely Europe. Why? And out of the 5, 1 is Japanese, 2 are German, Marvel and Focused, you probably know them, Timur, and the 2 are British. There's a half startup in France, but it's not really there yet. And this is the point about foresight. Okay. I mean, are we betting on today, or are we trying at least to experiment? And 97% is the share, is when you do a windmill, especially an offshore windmill, you want to reduce the maintenance cost. And so you try to do windmills without gearboxes, adapting to different wind speeds. And in order today to do windmills without gearboxes, you need what we call permanent magnets. And 97% of these permanent magnets are rare earth, are refined. It's much more than the extraction, it's the refining of rare earth. And this is also very different. People always say, oh yeah, China has the resources. It does not have all the mines, but it has very cleverly, in the last 15 years, focused the refining, these dirty processes of refining metals, and so we become totally dependent. And so this is the assessment today on the readiness level. On the 1 minute I have left, let me try to get some way forward out of that. Number 1, where is the boldness? Where is the boldness? To be honest, when I look at the European plans, I have a difficulty to see a clear objective. Remember Kennedy? We want to put a man on the moon and get it back before the end of the decade. There was a sense of the urgency, there was a very clear goal, and along this goal you had thousands of projects. Where's the climate moonshot? I mean, the opportunity is there. It's also probably an opportunity to get our young people, our whole society around. It's not with percentages that we're going to excite people. No. So where's the OpenAI, basically, of climate? And just one little focus on OpenAI. I think we should see that as a wonderful sign that if you invent the next big thing, be it fusion, be it the future battery technology, you can actually reshuffle the cards much faster. Secondly, razor-sharp priorities. CRM, critical raw materials, we talked about that. Hydrogen, somebody talked about hydrogen. It's a total gain. We are among us, right? Linde and Air Liquide won the game, but 96% of hydrogen produced today in Europe is gray. It does not help at all the climate transition, because green hydrogen is today 3 or 4 times more expensive, I speak under your control, than gray hydrogen. So where is the moonshot on getting the cost divided by 3? That would be a rate. I remind, and I'm a big fan of Horizon programs, but when Horizon is financing over 7 years 38,000 projects, I don't think everybody's aware of the spray and pray we are doing. More you spray, the less priorities you have, and the less you can evaluate. So it's a vicious circle. Third and then last point, we need to think differently in our industrial policy, and I think climate and technology is a very good. IPCAIs, do you really think by putting 2 billion upfront to BASF, Total, Umicore, and Varta, and say, may abate the battery, yes, they will do good jobs. Probably better would have been to say, we give you a bit of money, and if you invent a battery with an energy density 5 times better than today, then you get 3 or 4 billion. These kind of big bets, I think we've lost a little bit. So I think IPCAIs should, which is seen as a bit the mantra, should be revised. There's one economist who is hunting a little bit Brussels here, and is very popular, and I think we have to be very careful. Professor Mazzucato, she's talked about the entrepreneurial state. People love her at the Berlaymont. Why? Because suddenly a lot of policymakers think that they can do it. I think we have to be very careful. It's not about the entrepreneurial state. The entrepreneurs, they're here. We should leave the entrepreneurs. It should be the strategic state who gives a vision along which. And when you look at the IRA, it's not the White House who is deciding what kind of project is going to happen. Even in China, and I'm fighting against the fact that this system has an advantage over us, even in China, it's not Zhong Nanhai or Mr. Xi who is deciding which project. He gives a plan. We have to be very, very careful about micromanaging. And being half French, I know what I'm talking about. I think this is industrial policy of the 20th century, and it's really doomed to fail. Last point, maybe on the technology part, is the foresight part. I mean, we had this discussion yesterday at dinner with Dharmendra. I remember the 3 goals of Ms. van der Leyen was green, digital, green, geopolitical, and foresight. Where has the foresight left? I mean, we have this capacity of looking ahead what the future technologies, be it future batteries, future solar, future wind, future energy, nuclear energy, fusion. Even the Germans today, I mean, not everybody in the coalition, but even the FDP is pushing very much. So nuclear is not totally a no-no in Germany. Fission, probably. Fusion is probably a way where we can get positively out. So these are a few points, maybe, in how Europe can be not just you know, a soft power, but I think we need boldness and being much harder in our strategic thinking. Thank you.
Andre, thank you. Thank you for that passion, but also forensic insight, as always. I don't want to come back to you now, but I challenge you on what you think the climate moonshot should be. And is that something that we know, as a think tank, working with you and some of you, to say, actually, for the next mandate, perhaps it might be too late, but what should that be? What should that be? So if you have any thoughts on that, please also do contribute. Last but not least, Henrietta. A European young leader as well from this class, this year's class.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting us. Great to be here. I guess my job here is to represent doing stuff on the ground. We're a technology and project developer. We put real steel in the ground. We are, you know, we are a green industry, really. But in any case, maybe a few comments on the green industry and everything. One thing that it doesn't mention, in fact, which is ultimately necessary for net zero, is carbon removal. And now the IPCC has mentioned that, unfortunately, every single scenario to get to net zero requires carbon to be also removed. So the Net Zero Act does mention carbon capture and storage, but that's different, actually. That's kind of emission reduction, because you're taking new emissions and storing it somewhere. Carbon removal, in fact, is removing some of the deficit or the debt that we have in the atmosphere and putting that into long-term storage, let's say over 100 years. Great if we can talk about thousands, but in any case, for this crisis, hundreds is enough. And now we have a gigantic challenge, of course, to green all of our industry and decarbonize all of the economy, but at the same time we need to be ramping up carbon removal, because at the end of the day, 2030, 2035, we're still going to have residual emissions from some of these hard to abate sectors, and that emission amount needs to be removed. Now today, the total carbon removal capacity globally is something around 1 million ton. And that's 1 million tons of CO2. To put this into perspective, what type of a challenge are we looking at? By 2030, the IPCC has said we need to be at 2 billion tons. And that's steel in the ground, that's new projects, that's building infrastructure. Building infrastructure takes over 24 months when you're looking at a real project with real engineers, procurement times, etc. So we're definitely in a rush. And so, a note on what Carboculture, my company, is doing. We do biochar carbon removal. So essentially we harness the power of nature to draw down carbon into plant matter, and we convert it with a novel technology that we've developed into a stable form of carbon called biocarbons. And it's kind of like a charcoal looking thing. It's inert carbons that stay stable for hundreds to thousands of years, and those carbons are stored safely in soil, where they can also limit other greenhouse gas emissions from soils. But in any case, it's a safe, proven way to do it today, and it's also energy positive. And now that's super, super important when we think about how do we scale up an entire industry that's going from 0 to gigatons, billions of tons of CO2 removal. We need to do it in a safe and energy affordable way. And so we're trying to help the grid go greener while doing carbon removal. And perhaps in the context of today, we are building a 3,000 ton per year unit in Helsinki. As we speak, it's deployed and starting. We have an opening ceremony in 6 weeks, which is very exciting for infrastructure, as things tend to take a while. And that was an EIC funded program, or EIC funded grant, so we're definitely feeling the support of the EU. We're in the EIB assistance program, where we're being helped to reach maturity in our project level thinking by real infrastructure experts, which is definitely needed for bankability of these projects, not just to attain EU funding, but actual bank financing from the private sector as well. So lots of stuff to do, but perhaps a few things to just note that we welcome the Net Zero Act and the CRCF because it brings a lot of assurance to investors that, okay, removals are now being thought of in a really truthful and long-term way as well from the EU. But obviously we don't want to see any winners being picked because there's so many technologies still being developed there. And for us, we feel that we represent exactly the strategic net zero technology because we're high in technology readiness level, we're contributing to the net zero goals that we have and ultimately also energy positive. So really I feel that there are a lot of our type of companies in Europe and now we need to get them off the ground. And of course there are challenges, but hey, this is a crisis, so everybody needs to kind of act.
Henrietta, I mean, that was just too good to be true. It's like, you've had a lovely honeymoon. I mean, it's great. Them can't have been that
You don't know
easy.
how many times we almost died, honestly.
Okay, no, not that I want to have that kind of horror story, but, give the real deal here in terms of kind of how long, when you came up with a brilliant idea, right?
Yeah, too long.
Huh?
Too long is the answer, yeah. I mean, access to funding.
What were the issues, though? Was it about bankability? Or was it about men in grey suits who said, nah, A, you're a woman and you don't really know what you're talking about? Or is it because your technology was just not in the right space?
Yeah, I mean, I think all of the above. So we got started 5 years ago before anybody knew what carbon removal is.
Yeah.
People were like, okay, this is probably important, but who's going to pay for it? And so when we started, the ETS was at €5 a ton. Now it's 100 going to 150, I guess, in coming years. The industry is saying so that's definitely changed the game for us. The price on carbon is real today, not just in the voluntary market, and so that basically kind of like gave us a huge boost in the business model. But only 2 years ago, I'd say, is when people really started talking about carbon removal,
Wow,
as in like
okay.
understanding what it is.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about solar that took a couple of decades to mature to something and have the supply chains, we don't have that luxury today.
No.
We actually have to do it all in a decade, maybe a decade and a half. So you see the dilemma when we're actually building real stuff. But now there's momentum and now there's speed, so finally we can do stuff.
And is there, and Andrea, I know you want to come in, and I'm conscious of time. We've only got 5 minutes before the break. So if any of you want to ask a question, get ready and your hand up so that we can have the conversation with you too. Do you feel a peer group around you? And what I mean by that is, entrepreneurs like you who can see each other in themselves and say, we are actually something, in terms of a movement that can actually do something.
Yeah, I'd say it's starting now. Like, I don't see enough peers because honestly, we need 1 million solutions to cater to the climate crisis. It's not going to be a silver bullet. There's not going to be one single technology. There's not going to even be one single carbon removal technology. We need a multitude of them. So definitely still need a lot more. But I mean, this was a complete insanity mission, years ago without a proper market formed and with all the obstacles that you can possibly imagine. Female founders get about 1% of all the VC capital out there or something ridiculous. So yes, it's kind of like been too quiet around there, but hopefully that'll change now.
Let's hope. Let's see what we can do.
I think we need some wins as well.
Yeah.
I think H2 Green Steel, I think some of these bigger, climate superstars are really helping show the younger generation and also the venture capitalists who are just used to making money on software that, there's a new economy, it requires a new approach. We have to have new types of thinking and new types of financing mechanisms as well with multiple stakeholders, not just venture at the table.
Yeah, and there's a sense that the green VC, I mean, there isn't such a thing as a green VC movement, but there should be.
There's
I
so
mean,
many
they're
VCs,
stacked in certain parts. I
and
mean,
they
I know in the
only
UK
fund
it's quite a
software.
lot. Sorry?
There's so many green VCs, but a lot of them just fund software, and software is not going to take us to the net zero that the green industry needs.
Andre?
Yeah, no, I want to remind everybody, remember what happened 2020 with Operation Warp Speed. I mean, we're in this exponential age where it's increasingly difficult to anticipate what's going on in a week. So we probably need to put on the head our way to actually fund money. And I know that is very hard to hear for people who have been in banking and are used to due diligence. We probably need to go to probabilistic. That means we will not be able to pick the winner. So in order to avoid these people, like being on a Hunger Game for 5-10 years until it makes, we probably should fund, like it was done with the vaccine, 10 different streams, probably put 5, 10, 20 million, and I would guess, and I would challenge some economists to actually look if at the total, doing that and cutting very quickly those who don't deliver, but those you gave the chance, is probably a better usage of money than trying to wait for the winner. And this is, by the way, happening in the research industry too. There are some big institutions, I don't want to name them, who begin to think we cannot just have evaluation because we're in this exponential age. Let's give a chance to every young researcher, give him for 5 years, and then be super hard on the evaluation. Today, we don't have the evaluation part, and we try to pick the winner. I think that, and this is totally different. And I think if banks like that begin to have a little bit more a VC approach, where you say, okay, we do 10, and let's see what comes out, that might give a chance to everybody.
Yeah, I agree, and I'll disagree slightly. So actually, ironically, I do think that helping the companies mature, especially in infrastructure, is critically needed for their financing.
Sure.
After that, first risk period. But at the same time, the early period does take too long, and there we have to have the mindset that we're not going to know what's going to work out perfectly when we're still in the early stages. So there's like a dual approach needed.
Okay. They're excited.
A few questions at the back.
2 questions, great. Again, please do say who you are or if your question's targeted at someone specific.
Hello, thank you. Emily Stewart from the Open Society Foundations. I wanted to come back on this point about the foresight and the big bets, and an area where I think that the EU is showing lack of foresight and making the wrong big bet, which is potentially on electric vehicles, which Timur was telling us has been massively expanded. So it appears to me that the EU is making its big bet on electric vehicles. Some of the companies are actually calling themselves renewable companies now. Given that we know that the amount of critical raw materials in the world is limited and that the foresight at the moment is that just meeting the Paris goals will expand the amount that's needed by 1,000% in the world, which we cannot meet at the moment, is the EU potentially missing the boat on investments in other types of renewables by making its big bets on traditional industries and just trying to support that? And to come back on the question about what the moonshot is, I think indeed it is carbon removal, but it's also potentially this idea of sufficiency and living well within our planetary boundaries, which I don't think we've heard discussed yet. Thank you.
But how do you turn that into an investment model, though?
Indeed, how do you? Because it's at its core, it's about degrowth, isn't it? It's about degrowing our industries, and you don't invest in that. And I think it's potentially not very popular because it doesn't have a lot of dynamic tag words that we can put with it, and that makes it problematic for, I think the way that we talk about these things is all very dynamic, how, growth is a dynamic word, and degrowth, it doesn't sound quite so sexy.
No,
Yeah.
exactly.
Just
go on.
A very quick comment that actually, like, the reuse of materials is, even though we don't mention it, it is also at the core. We use, for example, waste materials that we actually upcycle, or there are battery recycling companies that have raised billions in the north of Sweden and so forth. So I think it's definitely the new gold is the recycled and upcycled materials and so forth, and definitely not an area to overlook.
Yeah, but today recycling a battery costs lithium in battery costs 3.5 times more than importing it from Chile. It depends, of course, on transport costs. So this is a moonshot. And the second thing I want, there are 140 people, PhDs, at the Office of Science and Technology at the White House. And currently the big topic in the US is not anymore quantum or AI or green, it's synthetic biology. And the way maybe to recombine what you say with growth is we are today in an extracting economy. We extract the minerals, we extract the leather from the cows, the milk from the cows. We all know what is the consequence. Can we go milk without cows? Can we grow dysprosium from bacteria and synthetic biology? That would be a moonshot. That would suddenly recombine the fact that we are staying within the planetary boundaries. The word synthetic biology is absent in this city. this is really a challenge. We need more PhDs at the 13th floor.
Gentlemen in the, yes, there you go. And then I'll come to you, I promise, and that's it.
Yes, Arnaldo Bruzzini, in Res Private Sector. I've been in the business for years trying to convince private sector, individual business to buy the sustainability objectives and the clean energy and whatever else is around. It seems to me that now we are, or we risk to preach to converted people in this room. And I want to play the devil's role for a while. Now, if you go on the ground and you meet individual entrepreneurs, now, what we listen here is that money is not going the right way. Elsewhere is going much faster. Development is happening elsewhere, not here in Europe. Manufacturing is happening elsewhere, not here in Europe. And the perspectives are very gloomy here in Europe in terms of achieving the goals that we are setting. Now, how do you convince the basic entrepreneurs in Europe to embrace the very ambitious goal that we want to reach here? The risk is that we try to convert them through regulations, and that it is not something enthusiastic, believe me. What is your solution for this?
Okay. No. These two young leaders, they're really taking charge. I'm the moderator here. I'm joking. I really am. It's lovely to have you be so proactive. I want to make sure I've only got limited time. I want to take the gentleman here, and then all of you can have a go. Sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm Henri Marin, chair of a citizen group in Belgium, fighting for a sustainable energy mix. And we as citizens, we don't think that decarbonization is possible without nuclear. And we don't see in the industry today in Europe that they are building new nuclear SMRs. You have spoken about fusion. Okay, there's still work to be done on fission. So that's a question for us.
And so you'd prefer to see nuclear as part of the mix?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though, so no, this is a judgmental question. It's not a response. You know that the timescale that's required to build new nuclear.
Yep, sure.
Okay, fine, all right. That wasn't a leading comment, but you know what I mean. Because time has run out by the time you've got a plant in place, and the investment you require is significant. And I think the two things we don't have in our sort of purview is time and patience to actually tackle what's happening right in front of us. So, Constance, I'm going to start with you, and then so we can literally just a few comments from your side on what we've been hearing so far.
Yeah. No, what I just heard from you is that, maybe I can translate it that way, that often business is seeing green as a cost. And I think it is important to ensure that green is seen as an opportunity. We do an investment survey. Every year we survey some 12,500 companies of different sizes in the EU, and we do see, partly driven, for example, by the high energy prices, that energy efficiency is becoming, higher on the radar screen of companies. Just they see the opportunity of reduction of cost, but you also see the trigger-on effects in the value chain. Where really more type of green products or green supply of parts of products are required. So we do see a change there, but we also do see that it is important to ensure that regulatory, that policy environment is clear, with clear targets, so that there is a kind of predictability as to what is going to be needed in the future. And so we see a change. When we talk to the business, and that's across Europe, also in Central and Eastern Europe. that green is seen really as a business opportunity.
Great, thanks. Andre, can I ask, I'm going to go to you because I know that you're going to challenge me most in terms of time, and I need to wrap up. So if I squeeze you in now...
Squeeze me,
yeah.
no problem. You know, the question of the gentleman, I think, is a critical one. What is basically the role of the state? I already mentioned the fact on the vision. I think we need a state who set up visions and also revisits them very often. I think the thing to say, we set a vision and we stick to that for the next 10 years is totally unadapted to the world of today. And we need to think the regulation also in this way. Probably we need to have regulation. I made a little op-ed a couple of months ago called about pop-up regulation. Let's do them fast, not sandboxes, because sandboxes means that you put people in a small corner. Let's do regulation very fast, and after 6 months, let's make an assessment. We are very bad at doing assessments. We never actually do. Did we do an assessment on GDPR? Did we do an assessment on the Juncker plan? Not really. Secondly, we need to be able to focus. Not every priority is as important. There are points which will have totally transformational effect. I talked about synthetic biology. Your points, sir, I mean, France is a big nuclear country. Those who put in molten salt reactors last week or this week are the Chinese. I mean, what an irony. And I don't think, and that's my last point, it should always be slow. You're right, Dharmendra, it takes 10 or 15 years to do a nuclear plant, but let's also remind that to open up a plant of lithium plant in Europe, it takes between 8 and 10 years. We always think it's so easy. No, it takes a long time too. So let's do things in parallel. Let's experiment. And last but not least is the taxonomy. The taxonomy should not be something which is a very technical exercise. What is the vision for the citizen that we have? And then we deduct the tools. Too often we have the technical tools and then we try to make them relevant. I think we need this moonshot. I mean, that was the genius of Kennedy. A very simple goal where even the person cleaning the Kennedy Space Center, when you asked him, he said, I'm working to get a man or a woman on the moon. And then you had 10,000 of projects that were triggered for that. And we still benefit a lot from that.
Thank you very much. Timo, do you want to make a comment?
Very briefly, because it's a very intense debate, and I think when you're listening to the questions, actually, you can see very clearly what kind of constituencies everyone is operating with, in many ways. Who are the counterparts, etc. And I think these kind of discussions are very important because ultimately there is no one pathway here. And I think every country takes its own choices, every society takes its own choices, individuals make their own choices. The key point to my mind is the transition is all about three things to net zero emissions. Is about the energy security aspect, it's about the industrial opportunities, and it's about the climate challenge. And I think in all of this, what is the common denominator is time. There's very little time that is available. And when you just think about the climate challenge here, what we need to achieve in terms of bringing emissions down to 2030, net zero emissions by mid-century, it basically means you need to do two things at the same time: deploy whatever you have available in terms of clean energy technologies, and innovate on those that you don't have available as yet. And I think there's no way around it. We can disagree or agree on individual technologies. In fact, SMR reactors are not going to be available today or tomorrow immediately in the market, but they are under development in many countries. Many countries are pushing very hard for that. They can play a role in those countries that wish to pursue them. They will be much more modular than existing configurations. So there is opportunity in the innovation space, no doubts about that. But it doesn't mean that all of which this will need to be applied in Europe or in every single country here, but other countries may choose to do so. Thank you.
Oh, you're a bank, okay.
No, I just want to take up the point we don't assess. And you mentioned the Juncker plan, so I feel compelled to just say one sentence. We do, I think, assess. And I think it's the fact that we have InvestEU, as a follow-up to the Juncker plan, because it worked, we delivered. But also we adapt. Just last week, we added money into the InvestEU program to be able to mobilize some 10 billion for strategic technologies for Europe. So maybe we don't do it always fast enough, not big enough, but there is assessment of what works. And I think that's what you see in InvestEU.
Yeah.
That's what you see in the top up of
Yeah, I
the
suppose we just
innovation
need,
fund.
yeah, we just need to kind of close the gap between when that, between when the thinking or should have been happening and when we actually move to it. And the learning has to be much faster. Henrietta, do you want to just make a...
Yeah, super quick. The gentleman asked how to
Yeah.
get the entrepreneurs up and running, and maybe that's the one I can comment on. I mean, of course, there's the making the playing field easier, faster permitting of first of a kind, and so forth, all of that stuff. But really, it's about setting examples. I mean, that's my own path to entrepreneurship, was just seeing other people do it and then wanting to do it myself. And I think that's what Europe needs, is a couple of good companies to show and inspire the kind of next generation of entrepreneurs. And this sort of a funnel thinking of from pre-seed to project finance all the way to IPO kind of needs to be trodden a few times, that it's a little bit more clear, because right now it's kind of stop here, start here, stop here, start here. So I think that kind of funnel thinking of how do we get the ones from the early stage all the way through, and obviously keep the larger companies in Europe without them selling too early is critical.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for being patient with me. Your coffee's literally here around the corner, don't worry. Just to say thank you all for this stimulating and thoughtful conversation and discussion. One of the issues, and just 2 points, how do we make sure we bring more people like you to meet more people like you around Europe through investors? So whether it's a bank or whatever, how do you create a community that actually is able to be brought together that can do the scale thing? It's a bit about what you're saying, Andre, is that you can bet on 15 rather than just 2 or 3, but how do you bring some of the ones that are at seed stage, at the third, second stage, and then up to scale, to actually bring together a community of entrepreneurs in Europe more effectively? And the final point I'll make is that not anyone has mentioned SMEs. They are the backbone of Europe. Okay. I mean, in terms of a subject. Yeah, okay. You two can kind of, yes, absolutely. I'm talking about as a topic for conversation, discussion. They are the backbone of Europe, and actually they are not in this debate, and they're not in the game of greening at this end. I'm talking about the vast majority of SMEs, which are at the small end, if you like, of the economy. However, on that point, have a chat about that. Disagree. I can see you're disagreeing with me. That's great. It's good. You'll have a good You'll have a good conversation over coffee on that. Thank you all very much for staying here. Please don't go, because we're now going to move into a session at 11 o'clock about, is the Green Deal for everybody? How can we make sure it's for all Europeans? Thank you, our speakers, very much, and thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Great. Thank you for staying. It's a good sign. And a warm welcome back to session 2. As I said at the conclusion, excuse me, at the end of session 1, that we now move into a conversation, as it's billed here, a Green Deal that works for all Europeans. How is that possible when we've got probably one of the, I suppose, severe economic realities, a harsh reality of economic livelihoods and crisis in livelihoods that we've seen probably in the past 40 years, more so than 2008, when we think about the confluence of the energy prices, the food prices, the sense of insecurity, and the fact that we don't know what's actually happening in our world in terms of that sense of stability and security that we all crave for. And things about climate, especially at the poorer end of the scale of communities, they'll be thinking, why? Why should I be doing this when actually I can't afford to feed my kids or myself, or I don't have a job? And also, what we know about the literacy of the population in Europe is that in terms of digitalization, very poor digital literacy amongst many communities. When we think about the opportunities ahead for many people as they're looking into the, I suppose, into the future of their lives, at the moment it looks fairly bleak. So how do we make sure that people, and not just those of us in this room, the vast majority of, so 70%, let's say, of those who do not live our lives, who live in poor housing, who don't have the kind of facility or the optimism that we might have, how do we make sure we keep that vast majority of the population on side, that this matters, this is important, and actually it's not just about behavior, it's also about how governments, producers, companies behave too, and how do we make sure all of that hangs together to make sure that we have a resilient Europe, but one that also tackles the impact of climate change. So for that, we have a really interesting panel of speakers. I'm going to kick off with, I'm really pleased that we've got a commissioner on the menu today. So Nicholas is a good friend of the house. We've worked with him on several occasions. Really good to welcome you back. And obviously, you have that responsibility with the rights, the social rights pillar, etc. What can the Commission do to create the right circumstances with the type of industries that we need in Europe to create jobs that can be well paid and sustainable?
So it's a great pleasure to be here again. Thank you very much. And I think you very eloquently and very clearly set the challenge and the issue. So I just want to refer to what was indicated in the conclusions of the Paris Agreement. And that's about just transition. By the way, I learned that those who took the initiative of just transition were not the European trade unions, but the American trade unions. Yeah. So I was very astonished, but well, that's even also a very interesting message. So just transition is not just something nice to have, but it goes deep into one issue we cannot neglect in the context of this rather disruptive transformation we will have in the and absolutely necessary transformation we will have with the Green Deal and everything which has to lead to a decarbonized economy and decarbonized society. Now, what can the Commission do to give a clear and full content to this just transition, socially fair transition? Well, and to create the jobs, because we all know that as this transformation is disruptive, because some sectors have either to disappear, when we are talking about the fossil industries, or we are talking about industries which have to change entirely their business model, their technology model, like the car industry as an example, but that's one example. There are many others. Chemical industries are obviously another one. How can we really foster the creation of good jobs. Now, I think we have three initiatives. First, very soon we took an initiative on the Council recommendation to say to member states, well, in your plans to get the Green Deal right, you have to put fairness and solidarity as defining principles. So you have really to measure what are the social consequences of this transformation, and you have to adjust to that, and you have to make sure that these consequences are fairly distributed and not just at the expense of certain groups, very often the most vulnerable groups. That's the first recommendation. And also to organize the transitions on the labor market, because we know there will be 1 million, 2 million, I don't know, jobs created, very good net creation, but they will not automatically be created there where the jobs disappear. So there is an issue how also the territorial dimension has to be fully taken into account. Where jobs disappear, you have to make sure that there are new jobs created. And this is an important issue. Now, we have proposed a Green Deal industrial plan, fostering those industries which, without which we cannot have the green transition. All these new technologies we need to organize the green transition. And they should not be somewhere outside Europe. They should be in Europe. And relocalizing this industry is very important. So this is about the Green Deal industrial plan, helping through investment, to support investment, to flexibilizing a bit also state aid in order to really foster the investments in this green industry. That's about the Net Zero Industry Act, which has as an objective also to create quality jobs. Last point is about skills, because if we have to have reallocation of jobs, we have to give people the possibility to go from one sector to another, to move on the labor market. Mobility is not something per definition negative, but it has to be accompanied. It has to be supported. People have to see that they have a real prospect to have a new job, sometimes even a better job, better paid, and not going to a job which is not well paid and with working conditions which are awful. So this is not the prospect. So these are parts of our policies, helping industry to make the move, insisting also that this has to be not a top-down only approach. We have to include not only civil society, obviously that's important, but also social partners. That's about social dialogue to really accompany this major transformation, and also regional and local authorities, because at the end, all politics are local, as somebody said, and also the transformation will take place at a very precise local, in a very precise local environment. And history tells us that we have not always well managed the transitions. We all know the 60s, the 70s, where transitions, industrial transitions, have left us with industrial deserts in many countries, including this one, by the way. And this has not to happen. We, in that sense, I know Philip does not like it too much, but I would say we have to make sure that we do not leave anybody behind who might become the victim of this transformation. We have to make sure that this is a cohesive approach, that this transition is just, because if the transition is not just, I say, and we see it already now in many contexts, there is a risk of political or social disruptions which are not easy to manage and which at the end will be very negative for our so beloved European project. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Before you give up the mic, though, obviously I can't resist the opportunity in this pre-election year, if you like, in the sense that we've got the major parliamentary elections happening next year and then potentially a new mandate. Two things are critical. We're going to have the first time 20% of the population that votes next year are going to be first-time voters and young people, 16-year-olds. And we are going to see a potential, there's a dislocation between a very older, much older population in Europe that perhaps feels, what's next for me? And what can I see for my future? And a young population that feels actually that the old generations let them down, there's nothing for them, there's no opportunity. It's not there is no magic bullet, but I'm wondering whether you and your colleagues are thinking about how you're going to manage that dynamic as we move to a new college. Okay, so that's I'm sure you're all thinking about this at the college level. And I suppose my second question is, if you're just between us, what's the thinking on whether the Green Deal will last in your college in the future? I'm sure you won't want to answer that second one, but I wanted to spice things up a little bit. You take it in whichever order you want.
Well, the first one is obviously a job we have to improve, I would say. We have to convince people that there is no alternative, really. I do not like this term because it was the Tina approach by Margaret Thatcher. But this time I think we are not negotiating with banks or states. We cannot negotiate with nature. We cannot negotiate with the climate. This is not possible. So there is really, this time, no alternative. We have to go on with the Green Deal, not only in Europe, worldwide, because otherwise it will not work. So this is the first thing. We still have to do a tremendous job to convince. And I am very surprised, and Philippe experiences that too. When I hear in the European Parliament people from mainly one side of the political spectrum, the extreme right, saying that this is all an invention and this is all a way to take people's money out of their pockets. And these people are coming from regions where there is no water anymore, where the agriculture is going down the drain. This is incredible, that they are just deniers of the reality. But we know that sometimes this works, unfortunately. This works. So our arguments have to be strong and persuasive. That's the first point. So we have to fight in this election. We have to fight in this election for the right objectives, for the right policies, for the right approaches. Because obviously, otherwise, we will have a major, major problem, which, by the way, hits most those who sometimes say, what is in there for me? Well, they will experience what climate change means for them in terms of jobs, in terms of everything, in terms of catastrophes we are already experiencing. Now, on the second question, what was it already?
No, I was thinking about how you're going to, I suppose you've given the thing that, you've given the very effective response that actually there is no, there is no alternative to sustain the Green Deal. I suppose
if it survives.
No, it's not survives, but also what do you do about the demographic tension that's going to be evident next year and beyond of an older generation and a younger generation, and the two feeling very polar apart?
Yeah. Well, I know that older generation, I belong more to the older than to the absolutely young generation. But I always thought that the older generation has some kind of responsibility towards the younger generation. I've just a few days ago become a grandfather. When I look at this kid and I say, what is my responsibility towards this kid? Because what kind of world will we leave to this kid who is just born now? This is my responsibility. And I think this is our challenge. And we have to explain to the older generation that they still have fair pensions. They still had the possibility to have more or less good housing. And we want to guarantee that. But they also have to think what kind of world we prepare for their children and especially their grandchildren. So this is really an appeal to the older generation that they should not leave their kids and especially their grandchildren in a world which will finally be a scenario I would not like to imagine.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sure people have questions for you later, and I will give you the opportunity to come back to the Commissioner. I want to move on to transition finance frameworks. Uri, thank you for being here. Uri, and you know, you're intimately involved in understanding what happens around sustainable finance or the frameworks that we have. What's your assessment of the EU's finance, transition finance framework at the moment? Is it fit for purpose, you think?
Thanks, Dharmendra, and good morning, everyone. I think maybe let me take a step back first to explain why we need to talk about a transition finance framework in the first place. What does it involve? And to do that, I'd like to start by indeed saying that I focus primarily on sustainable finance policy. And when we look at what that's doing and what's been done in the EU in that space in the past 5 years, it's actually a lot. There's been a real leadership and real innovation coming out of the European Commission and the EU as a whole on really determining how finance flows can be moved towards sustainable outcomes and products, and how the financial system can actually be made more fit for purpose to support the goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. And here I want to point out, in terms of both the ambition setting and in terms of policy innovation, we heard the taxonomy earlier, and there are obviously controversies around that in various corners, but it has been a move to actually classify and clarify what is a sustainable investment for the purpose of precisely financing these activities. And it's been emulated in many parts of the world. So there are about 30 countries right now who are either developing or have a taxonomy. But what all of this implies right now is actually that because it's a newer policy area, it's all been about what is already green, what is currently sustainable already. And when we look at what the amount of these activities in the real economy, it's only about 5 to 10% of what is out there right now as sustainable economic activities. So what we can see here is that it really leaves out the bulk of everything else, the majority that's not actually sustainable or green yet, but that would need to be moved towards that, if not immediately, then in a transition option, so to lower carbon options, lower carbon business models, activities on the way ultimately to decarbonization. And that's what transition finance actually is about. And I see this as really critical and a new frontier for sustainable finance policy when we look at what tools and what regulation we have to deploy alongside nature-based finance and biodiversity finance. And it's really important also for the conversation on the just transition, because it really allows actors, economic actors, businesses, to enter the transformation at their starting point, wherever that may be, regardless of their size. And I'm thinking in particular SMEs here, right, that have more limited access to capital, to technologies, to different skills. How can they actually get on this journey and get some of the incentives and be incentivized to transition through this concept of, and the tools around transition finance? Now, having said that, where do things stand indeed in the EU? In my mind, transition finance as a framework, if we're not talking about the sustainable finance framework, but specifically the transition finance framework, involves 3 vital components. And let me cut to the chase and say we don't have many of this in the EU, so it is a frontier in that sense as well, much to be explored, much to be done. So the first is really a lot of what I heard earlier and also from the Commissioner just now. It's about a vision. It's about how to persuade. It's about setting the direction and really guiding principles and a definition of what transition will actually mean for different stakeholders, different parts of society at all levels, and really looking at actually functionally, what does this mean? What is transition finance? If it's not a green activity, what will fall under transition finance? And here we're lacking a regulatory definition of this in the EU. That's causing a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion for market actors, and they're making them really hesitant to come into this because they see this huge transition risk. I should add here that the Commission published a couple of weeks ago, not a regulation proposal, but a non-binding guidance on transition finance, and it goes some way to clarifying at least some of these working concepts, but we do need to go farther. The second element is really about making policies work around this vision and articulating them in a way that's coherent. And I think that picks up on a point, I think it was Andre in the previous panel was mentioning. A lot of what we have right now in sustainable finance that touches on transition is really fragmented across many different regulations. And as you can expect, this is creating confusion, some administrative burden, and basically we don't have a coherent approach that's really been guided around this concept, this vision of transition finance at the regulatory level. So we need to actually approach this in a more holistic way to actually say, okay, what do we have in place? How do these different files need to, and regulations need to relate to one another? And that conversation isn't happening as much as we needed to, and we needed to actually now to make sure that this clarity brings market actors a lot of the action and the predictability they need to move forward. And the last bit I'll mention in this kind of framework is really about looking not just at one section, which is private finance, right? And I've been talking mostly along those lines, but it's about seeing how public sector and private finance can be made to work together in a very holistic and integrated way, to the theme of today's discussion. And here we're looking at a lot of siloed approaches. I think it'll surprise nobody to hear that. And we really need to move towards looking at, okay, well, how can we leverage public finance, streamline a lot of this transition thinking and approach, for example, through public procurement? How at the same time can we make sure that we develop innovative financial instruments and bring some clarity around that, either through regulation or through practices, to really incentivize these financing into the transition. So here I'm thinking transition bonds, sustainability bonds, things that are a bit more on the frontier that are not yet covered through regulatory clarity. And as I said, we're still at early days on this in the EU, and this might seem like a bit of a conceptual argument around regulation, but actually it's fundamental, because without that clarity and predictability, we can't move forward at the pace we need. So what can we do, and actually how can we inspire ourselves from other jurisdictions? Because I said the EU's been leading on sustainable finance, but unfortunately on transition finance, we're slipping a little bit behind. We can use some of the momentum that other countries are developing on this. So just to give you maybe a couple of examples, the UK has developed a transition plan task force that's run by the government that really looks at how the tool of a transition plan can take an entity, a corporate, a financial institution from point A to point B to ultimate decarbonization, and really engaging in a lot of multi-stakeholder dialogues and discussions on how to develop that. And another example is Singapore, that's actually taken this taxonomy and added not just the green bit, but they have a whole transition segment and also harmful activity segment that's bringing a lot of clarity on what not to invest in and what would count actually into this interim step. So I think it's not about emulation, it's really about motivation to make sure that we don't lose some of the momentum and we don't kind of get mired in the sense of the EU's falling behind. And also this is to incentivize the segment of the economy that, as I said, it's more about SMEs, that they can enter the journey on decarbonization at a point that's more closer to where they're starting from.
Great, thank you. I suppose the thing that will occur in many people, I suppose perhaps in this audience, is that how useful is it to make the distinction between sustainability finance and transition finance? And I think that you can get lost in that discussion, I think, out there, but also amongst communities and institutions. But let's come back to that in the conversation. Thank you very much for that, though. Philippe, I'm going to come to you. We've just heard that the ENVI committee has voted down, nature restoration law, which puts a bit of a bogey in the works, doesn't it, in terms of the sustainability of the Green Deal, and to have, I suppose, a political buy-in for something that was seen as being one of the biggest things that Europe had done. And here we are on the eve of elections, and the political infighting has already started. Over to you. Are we losing the deal?
Yeah, I find it remarkable because, it's as if we have to justify that we need to move out of the current economic paradigm. As if the current economic paradigm works for all Europeans. As if the current economic paradigm is working for, I wouldn't say for the planet, because no one really cares about the planet, but make sure that the planet remains inhabitable by human beings. So we have to justify, and those who defend the status quo do not have to justify. This is remarkable. This is remarkable, the kind of bullshit that is being traded around, that basically change is dangerous, while actually status quo is dangerous, right? That is exactly where we are. And this is the utter, to me, not just irresponsibility, but dereliction of duty that we politicians have to the common good. When I hear the discourse of the far right and picked up by the traditional right, that indeed we've had enough of the European Green Deal. And indeed, that is what is happening at the moment. It's a counter-offensive. And of course, they are leveraging, I would say, two things. First, I would say a natural human resistance to change, because at least we know the evils we're living with.
Yeah.
And we don't know what might come next. So what might come next might be worse. And this is reinforced by the second aspect, the fact that for the last, I would say, 40 years, the TINA years, the neoliberal years, we have had systematically policies being carried out that reinforce the profits of the capital owners at the expense of everyone else. So, of course, when you've been through deregulation of the labor markets, free trade deals, the global financial crisis, the Eurozone crisis, the pandemic, and now the inflation, it is not an impression that it's the ordinary citizen that is paying the bill. It is not an impression. It is a reality. And who benefits? I mean, you had 5 people paying, what, 250K to visit a graveyard? And we spend not just time to rescue them, and well, they are human beings like everyone else, but we make them news. Are we crazy? Are we collectively crazy? Are they heroes? No, they're irresponsible people, right? That's what they are. That's what they are. And that is just a tiny example. And that's what we are up against. And in a way, yes, I'm a Democrat and I believe in the power of conviction, and we need to convince people. But then again, science has been around for more than 50 years now. And there's still people saying we should deny science. That's basically where we are. And so, to me, it's a fight against obscurantism. But obscurantism serves some people's interest, right? That's where we are. It has always been like that, huh? Scaring most of the people, this will make your life worse, so that they look the other way, while people are, other people, I would say the Davos crowd, is still milking the core of the planet and of the living beings. That is a reality.
No, absolutely.
It is a reality. And I find this really outrageous. Outrageous. You know, I'm going to have dinner tonight with the leader of this offensive, so he wanted to see me. I don't know why, but we'll see.
Oh, you would have to say, make sure you text us afterwards, right?
Say again?
Make sure you text us afterwards. Let us know how
I don't know, but we have to decide what to do, because indeed it's not a given that the European Green Deal will survive. If I have to listen to the combined forces of the far right, and there it's basically about really not just climate skepticism, but when you have the main party on the right embarking in the same crusade, there's a real risk that indeed there won't be a political majority to carry on. Because let's face it, from the outset, the Green Deal came from the European Commission. It did, and it was not upon a request of the 27 heads of state and government. It's basically they agreed it should be von der Leyen, but they had no clue as to what she should do with that mandate.
Indeed.
So it's not that we have a lot of buy-in in the member states. That we don't have it. So it wouldn't take a lot to kill the European Green Deal in its tracks. Because indeed, it hurts vested interests, vested economic interests, vested political interests. And the risk is that indeed, the balance of power that will result from next year's election will not be in the favor of the Green Deal. But I'm not giving up. You know, usually now, people decide their voting behavior a week before, a couple of days before,
That's right.
on the spot. So to my friends who say, well, we are doomed, I say, you can't say that.
No, of course.
Ask Zelensky. The odds against the Russian army were not in favor of Ukraine yet. Look. So the odds of the next political battle may seem to be in favor of, say, the reactionary coalition. I have no other words. But it's not a given that they are going to win, right? Who knows where the planetary landscape will be a year from now? And indeed, yes, we need to get our act together and fight. But believe me, on our side, we are determined. Even if sometimes the morale is a bit affected by the counteroffensive.
Don't put the mic down. It's riveting. It's good to hear you. You've been in the game long enough. I mean, do you actually feel there's a real risk here that there's, the game's up on the Green Deal? I mean, I know you've said there's a fight. You will keep up the fight. But are you already feeling now, because you can read the political rules? Obviously, this decision is an important one. But how do you actually think there is the temerity on the right to say that this is not the right thing? And I say that in the context of the fact that we're now about to enter probably the hottest and most climate unpredictable situation in our, I mean, we're in a certain age, right? In our lifetimes, and people don't really know it yet. And I think when we think about the cities of Europe that are not fit for purpose for temperatures that may go up to 40, may go up to 40 and 42.
You don't need to convince me, yeah?
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, I want to put that in the context that, how do you create that sense of, in the political minds and that political discourse, that, are you really kidding me? In terms of the situation where we're just about to enter, and we're having this debate that's up there, that's removed from the reality of the fact that there will be mostly older people in this heat situation, older, poor people that will suffer, and that we'll have a system that's going to be kind of squeezed because of the fact that our cities and our infrastructure is not wired for this kind of temperature. It's not resilient for it. So I suppose my long-winded contextual question is, do you feel that it's actually at a loss? And how are you going to fight the fight that's not going to be about reacting just to the right?
Well, I think the risk is real, because, well, not on the language side, because when I listen to Manfred Weber, when I listen to Emmanuel Macron, both of them are saying, well, basically, we have to do the green transformation, etc. But there's a big caveat. As long as it doesn't touch the fundamentals of the system. So we have to go green, but capital owners, rent seekers must be preserved at any cost. And this is where their green credentials stop, right? So the risk is that we might have a Green Deal moving forward, but a Green Deal in name only. A Green Deal in name only that will stop short of, well, how should I say, making those who should be the losers of the transition the losers. In other terms, I want to be clear, because there's this language, working for all Europeans. There's 1% of Europeans, or maybe 2 or 3, who are basically capital owners at large. They are the principal winners of the system that is in place. We cannot preserve their incomes, we cannot preserve the kind of financial returns that they want and do the transition. It's either or. It's either or. And there's a sort of blatant ignorance of the conflictual aspect here. And indeed, the business federations and the right wants to point at the Gilets jaunes and saying, well, you want the small person to pay. No, actually, that is what they have been doing the last 40 years, making the small person pay, but they want to distract the attention from the fact that the transition is totally incompatible with the kind of financial system we have. And there, it is not just greening the financial system that we need. It's changing, well, shackling the financial system to the economy and shackling the economy to the real world. Because at this moment, it's the exact opposite. We submit the planet and living beings to the economy, which is submitted in turn to the demands of greed. That is exactly what we have. Ask Emmanuel Faber, ask Paul Polman, I mean, CEOs of major multinationals who genuinely believed, well, they wanted to walk the talk that, businesses are not just there to make the shareholder fatter, right? Both of them were punished by the said shareholder saying, no, your mission, your only mission is to make us fatter and quick, right? So unless you put that devil back in the bottle, and it is not about a taxonomy, huh?
No,
it is not just that, huh? It is putting constraints on the financial system. And you might say, yeah, but money flows easily. Well, why is it that a person, say a Pakistani refugee, cannot cross the border of the EU without conditions? That a Chinese car cannot cross the border of the European Union without condition? And why would it be that a dollar, a renminbi, or a euro could cross that border without condition? Tell me, what is the natural law? No, I mean, they wrote that in the treaty, that indeed what is supreme is the freedom of capital owners over I would say, the jurisdiction of democracy. And this is what we need to question. Not just, you know, we want you to invest in the green transition. Yes, of course we want that. But it's not that we ask you politely. We will force you because there's no other game in town. There's no other game in town. And by the way, you should pay your taxes. Because again, look at who pays taxes here. And Oxfam report after OECD report after what report, money is there to fund the transition, but they don't want to commit it to it. That is the thing. That is the thing. They prefer to pay for a submarine to die, basically.
Listen, I mean, look at the audience. You've got them captivated. You're already on the podium. It's great. You've started the campaign. No, thank you for being frank. No, but thank you for being frank, honest, and very insightful, but also... Touche. But, you know, at the heart of it, I love the way you kind of spoke about what the economy is shackled to. But, you know, we do need to have an honest conversation about tax and profit. At the heart of it, at the heart of the system, we need to have a different kind of conversation is how much profit is enough? And, you know, what kind of tax, you know, architecture do we have at the moment which doesn't actually lend itself to the kind of future we would like to design. And at the moment, it's stacked very much in one way of those who currently are the owners of the system. This, you know, without trying to sound too kind of CP about this, but that's the reality. But we do need a different conversation about tax and profit. Esther, last but not least, I mean, we were going to have a different kind of conversation, but now that we know what's happened at the Envy Committee, firstly tell me, what's your reaction to this? Disheartened, thinking, oh my goodness, you know, the game's a bogey, it's up. What's your reaction to it so far, first?
Well, actually,
and
I don't know what happens.
Yeah.
Because I haven't been checking my emails, but good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity. Well, whatever it happens, I think it's a shame that it's really the result of just dirty politics. Because this nature restoration law was one of the flagships of the European Green Deal, because you asked me, well, we were preparing why we've lost nature and biodiversity in Europe for many, many reasons, and maybe that would be for another roundtable. But that was one of the key initiatives to basically bring nature back to Europe. Because it's not a nice thing, you know, and people say, but nature is great, the tigers, the Amazon, all these things, but why we should be caring in Europe? Because if we don't restore nature, if we don't get nature back, we won't manage to meet our climate targets, our climate objectives, that's for sure. We will be suffering, as you said, especially we, urban citizens, we will be suffering from heat waves, horrible heat waves in cities. We will be suffering from floods, from droughts, from forest fires. So it's a way of increasing our own resilience to a planet that basically is becoming less an easy one to live for human beings. So on the votes, as I said, it's a result of politics because, again, the substance of the law doesn't really matter anymore, you know. Why we need to restore, what is actually nature restoration? Because we've been spreading misinformation, we've been spreading fake news. The urgency of the nature restoration and what the science is telling us now for many years. All this has been ignored by some policymakers. I won't name them. I'm going to be very diplomatic. Why? Because we are a year ahead of elections and because we see that in this time of crisis where people need actually feel safe, need to identify the enemy. Maybe the enemy is the migrant. Maybe the enemy is the wolf who's killing that's it. So they are catering to key electorates because in some countries it works. They can win elections using these facts. And for me, what is really a shame is the fact that nature is becoming a divisive issue. But without nature, we won't survive. It's as simple as that. And I hope we will understand. And again, it's not ideology, it's the science, and it's a matter of survival. So for me, the message is whatever happens in the vote today or in the plenary, I would like to see this text being backed up by as many political groups as possible. And if one decides to remain in isolation, I think that we will see really who are the foes and the evils in this fight. It's very obvious. I know, Philippe. But I'm trying to be diplomatic, you know?
I mean, how can you be diplomatic when it's a matter of life and death?
I know.
You know, there's good people and there's less good people, but after all, we're all brothers.
It's been a horrible campaign. I mean, saying villages are going to be destroyed because wetlands will be rewetted. That's a lie. They are lying to us. They are lying to their voters as well. So when we will have floods again in Belgium, maybe in 2 years' time,
Indeed.
that will cost us 2 billion euros in reconstruction, I think we should go back to those MEPs and said, why? Why this has happened again? So I hope people will think twice before casting the ballots in the election.
I totally agree with you. And, you know, I keep on doing, I think it's important that we do this as a think tank, is draw our attention back to the 70% of the population in Europe who don't have a clue about this conversation. Their lives are different. They're conducting their lives in a very different environment that none of us can appreciate at all. You know, they're going to the supermarket and a bottle of oil is 5 euros, which used to be 99 cents or 1 euro. They're having to live in very poor conditions, and the heat's going to hit them because they can't afford air conditioning, etc., and so forth, right? So they are, vulnerable and prey to this nonsense, right? But how does the left or the centre argue a better case? Because you can call them villains and all the rest of it. This is not a question for you. I'm saying generally. I make a general point, and to the audience as well. We need to cut to the chase here. That, for example, actually the left or the centre left and the centre has been far too fat, lazy, and complacent about the voter. And what you've got is you've got people on the right that have been faster, better at communication, and creating very simple arguments that speak to vulnerable communities. And so there's no point shouting from the hilltops now. We need to have a different political strategy, clearly, from, it should have happened by now, but we need to open it up more. But what I'm going to do is open it up to the audience, if I may, Esther, and see what their reaction is. People's reactions to this situation, any questions you want to ask of the Commissioner and the panel. I'll leave you for a moment, if I may, but that's not to discriminate against you, Andre, at all. But we had another hand up here. Please, yes. And as I said, introduce yourself as well, and to your question is too.
Thanks. I'm Luc Bas, and I'm with the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. And I'm triggered by the debate because of the fact that one word not really appeared, but it's actually all coming down to it. It's redistribution. And what are, to your opinion, the policy tools that the EU can strengthen, but also can communicate better to that audience that we don't seem to reach? So that's on redistribution, but the redistribution is needed because we need a reduction, and not just of CO2 emissions, but on our footprint, so on our consumption. So that's the second question. How do we make a reduction of consumption an attractive proposal and assure those that can consume most are reducing most? And then the third, how do we get the people on board for that restoration overall? It's a big restoration debate. And so you could actually see how these three things are combined. And at some point, and this is just a crazy idea, would it be interesting to look at economies and try to give them a triple R rating? How do they reduce, how do they redistribute, and how do they restore?
Well done, Luc. Always coming up with good stuff. But I'll come back to the panelists in a moment to answer that question. Anybody else who wants to? Gentleman here. Just here. Can I just, before I move, some of the women in the audience, please, let's have a bit of gender balance in the debate as well. Otherwise, I'll just come and pick on you. Go on.
Larry Moffat from the Brussels Press Club. A question for Ms. Yada. I would like to know if you're looking at ways to mobilize citizen savings for sustainable finance. It's estimated that in Belgium, citizens have close to 300 billion euros in savings accounts that are earning almost no interest, losing value because of inflation. Can we get them to invest in green bonds? That would provide a great source of finance, but also maybe get more public support for the transition.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? I will come to you, Andre. I'm going to pick on you because I caught your face and you were smiling. Just give me a reaction to what you're hearing, if I may. No, the lady there. And you're going to probably hate me now. You don't want to say anything? Okay, fine. Okay. Well, let me ask you then, as I caught your eye, say, what's your reaction to the debate so far?
I would like to pose a question, actually.
Oh, great. Well, then go for it. Introduce yourself.
I'm Taube van Melkebeke, working for the Green European Foundation. And I have a question for Commissioner Schmidt. Because we're talking about the political effects and the social backlash of the European Green Deal, do you have any ideas that you can also put in the room on how the European Green Deal in the next term, or the 2.0 or another flagship project, can maybe counter those political space and social backlash?
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Andre, finally over to you. But I need you to be brief, as always.
No, very specifically to...
Introduce yourself again.
I'm running the European Initiative for Disruptive Innovation. I buy almost everything you say, Mr. Lambert, except the thing on the submarine. As I was shocked as yourself on the money, but let's not forget, always in history, we have never came out of a crisis with frustration, with negativity, but always with exploration and future. And I happen to know one of the British Pakistani who was on the submarine. They were not crazy. They were all explorers, starting with Neil Armstrong, were crazy to go in what they did. So saying, as a European, that is crazy, I think is killing the essence of what you're trying to achieve, which is a new world. So crazy the money we invested to save them, yes, but it's crazy to call them irresponsible, because I don't think you will go out of this crisis by reducing, by looking inward, and by killing what is the spirit of mankind, which is, you said they're irresponsible. I think they are explorers.
No, they are not explorers.
So who are you to determine who is the explorer or not?
They are vulture tourists. That's what they are.
The problem is because
they are not exploring anything. The Titanic, the boat has been explored.
I'm very worried when people try to determine what is right and what is wrong. I think this is a tendency to fascism.
Yeah, sure. Call the Greens fascists, and you are just... I'm not calling the Greens fascists. That's exactly what you do.
So,
look, nobody, starting with Greta Thunberg or Luisa Neubauer, are changing radically their habits. Let's face it. Are we all became vegan? Sure. Nobody is becoming vegan.
Disparage people. Do that. Continue. No, this is the way the far right is doing it.
No.
Continue. Continue. It's so easy to distract the attention
not
to look at reality and facts.
What I'm telling you is we are not going to come out of this crisis by looking to the past.
I fully agree with that.
We think we need to invent a new world, but it's
not by going to visit a sunken boat that you're going to save the world.
You're taking one example and you're making an extreme...
No, you extrapolated from the one thing I mentioned.
That was your example.
A couple of rich people visiting a graveyard, and you call that an attack against the spirit of exploration. Is that not an abuse of extrapolation? Come on.
But gentlemen, if I can, can we stop this? Because actually, there are far more serious issues. The substance of what came from the room was greater than this. But, it's always great to have a bit of a kind of a tension between two guys. But that's spectator sport from the past. Let's move beyond that. But absolutely, I want to come to the Commissioner, but yes, Esther, provide some reason.
I think Philip will agree with that there's a blind spot on the whole sufficiency and circularity. And this is why also there's the whole thing about the nature restoration law, because nature is being seen an obstacle for more, growing more, more raw materials, more electricity. We need more land to continue producing disgusting food, basically, that is not going to feed us, but is going to feed our cattle. So this is the blind spots that we really need to tackle. And I think there's been some attempts, but it's also fair to say, sorry, Commissioner Smith, some parts of the Commission don't want to see that, because ultimately we cannot tell Europeans what to do. But we can certainly raise awareness and try to change habits. Because I think what you said, many Europeans from all different social, economic backgrounds do realize what's happening and what's coming. My dad is 75.
Yeah.
And he told me the other day, Esther, that's going to be shit for us. Because living in a planet with 42 degrees in my city for old people, who's going to care for us? Who's going to pay for the health care that we really required, you know, for us? And then he also told me, we've always taken nature for granted. We always thought that nature would recover and will always be there to provide services and to, you know, give us clean air and food and everything, and that's not true. So I think the awareness is there. And I think we all have different roles in mobilizing our constituencies, political parties, NGOs, and others. I disagree what you said. It's not the fault of Greta, of Luisa, you know. It's fine if they don't change their habits. The big troublemakers are not them. The fossil fuels industry, the ones to continue, as Philippe said, to doing business as usual. So I think, again, circularity, sufficiency, we need to tackle that more. We cannot pretend that we will be growing within planet boundaries. We just fool ourselves. So.
Great, thank you. Commissioner, obviously I'm coming to you. He's got a mic there. You're looking at me. I'm looking at you. I want you to comment on where we find ourselves. You know, we've just had this, you know, this kind of strong debate, and given what we know has just happened today, but also we're getting a glimpse into the kind of debates we're going to get into, I think, in the next 12 months. How do you? Well, firstly, how do you react to that in terms of what do you make of what the college may do in the next, let's say, 12 months to provide a different kind of argument potentially? You know, this is going to have to be. I mean, it'll become an emergency. We know it's like a different kind of. It won't be like COVID, but the overheating of the system will be a different kind of COVID type of situation in terms of systemic crisis. What, you know, do you get a sense that, you know, Team Europe is going to pull together the next couple of weeks to really think about what you do about this situation?
Well, I think that we haven't mentioned the concept of redistribution. But I think, as well as what Philippe has said and what you have said, we talked about the distributional impacts. And this is crucial. And that's also the issue about sufficiency, by the way. Because if I go to somebody who earns the minimum wage, wherever, even in Luxembourg, where it is the highest, and I tell the story about sufficiency, and he doesn't or she doesn't know how to pay the bills, this is an argument which doesn't work.
No.
And this person will be angry at me.
Yes.
So we have really to adapt our language. But what we see is there are studies made. Who are the big emitters? Well, those who have the big revenues, those who fly in their private jets, those who fly around the world permanently. And these are the big emitters. And do they pay their share? Not really. Not really. And this is the question of redistribution. This is the question. And that's why we will not manage this transformation just on relying on the markets, because the markets are blind. I would not say the markets do not make shifts, so believing that ETS is a good instrument. Yes, in some respect, ETS may help us, but with ETS, we will not really solve the issue of redistribution and of impact. Inequality will be increased. So we cannot say the Green Deal is per definition increasing equality. No, the Green Deal could, if not well managed, increase inequality. And this is the big danger. This is the challenge. So the Commissioner, I'm fighting for that, I can promise you, that I try to say, well, if we are blind on the social side, if we are blind on the social backlash, which was mentioned, we will finally fail the Green Deal with all the consequences we know. And this is something which is important, and we have to really to explain, and we have to also to put on the table the solutions. It's not just saying, oh, we have to have a just transition. That's nice. In all speeches, we can use that. But what does it mean concretely? It's about taxation, it's about wages, it's about also subsidies to those who need the subsidies. If I am somebody and I'm told you have to change your heating system in the next 5 years, and this will cost 50,000 euros or 30,000, whatever, but I do not have the money to do this investment, what will be my response? Well, I will not applaud and say, well, that's great. I will part of those who are saving the planet. No, I will really be scared and worried. So we have to find the right solution to bring more equality in our system. And here I fully agree with what Philip has said. Well, I just noticed that big companies like Shell, let's take Shell. Shell, big profits. Why? Because there's an energy crisis. And Shell is making huge profits. Who is paying these profits? The consumers. They are paying the profits. Who are the winners of these higher prices, which should finally reduce the consumption of fossil fuels? No, it hasn't done that. Well, it is the shareholders, because Shell is buying back for billions of euros or dollars, whatever, part of their shares to push up the share of Shell. This money is destroyed just to make some people richer. Richer with the money which was paid by the consumers, by the way. So these are distortions in our system which should not be allowed. And I must say, even Biden has tried to correct this a bit more, because he has put some taxes on share buybacks, which is, for me anyway, even in a capitalist system, which I accept, some absurdity.
Absolutely.
And even more.
Yeah.
And so I think we have to work on this. And when I'm saying, how can we correct the social backlash? Yes, we have to work on this social backlash very concretely, very efficiently. And taxation is one issue. This kind of practice is one issue. And also tell people, obviously, that for just short-term power games, they are sacrificing some substantial issues. This is bad politics. I'm sorry. This is really bad politics. And this has to be said.
No, thank you very much for that. Thank you for your passion as well. I suppose my substantive point is that if we've looked back in the past 5 years as to the nature of unpredictability and the crises that have hit us left and right, what we see right now, and the scientists are telling us, we can feel it, that there is a crisis upon us. And it's how does the cabinet maneuver itself? Will, Ursula von der Leyen bring together a cabinet and say, we need to have that conversation, the type of conversation you're saying, if we're not going to lose the game on the Green Deal. But think about that, we'll come back to that. I've only got 10 minutes left, but in a moment, yes, I will do. I will absolutely, Philip, bring you back. But I want to go to the question that was raised about green bonds. I think it's important to answer that question because, one thing is about savings. One of the other things is that there was something, when I was head of the lottery, what we did was the government realized that there were, dormant bank accounts all over the UK. And basically, the bank accounts that have just been, they may have pennies in them, they may have £100 in them, whatever. When you pull them together, it was several hundred millions, let's say. And with that, through the lottery, we created a social investment vehicle to create better opportunities for civil society organizations. But I suppose this is the reverse. This is about the money that's actually there to invest in green bonds.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. And it's such a passionate debate. So
Yeah.
I'd like to first chime in, I think, on this really crucial point that the commissioner just made about adapting the story. And then this goes directly to how you mobilize citizens, including their savings. And it's really about, yeah, you cannot go and if we're talking, just beyond the realm of psychology, there's already so much fear, right? Fear about the uncertainty, fear around the climate, now fear about whether or not you can pay your bills and survive in the coming month. And we're not just going to win the whole support around the Green Deal by just drawing on that well. Okay, so I'm not arguing again here or making a point that invalidates anything around the market dynamics or the role of the financial system, but I think we do need to put the light on what will make people feel a bit safer about what their prospects in the future, regardless of where they are socially or economically, or where they are in the union, what parts of the member states they're from. And this is about the benefits. And it might sound really self-serving, it might be a very kind of practical, realistic point, but that is where a lot of the power of the narrative lies. And I don't think we're going there enough. And I think it's, as we look at the bigger conversation we're here having about competitiveness, well, to the point made around let's not do the short-termism, let's do the long-termism, well, actually employing a transition thinking and saying, I'm going to transform my business, for example, into a decarbonized model, that is being competitive in the long term. So let's use that as a point for economic benefits and not just saying that we need to start cutting red tape and leave the whole climate agenda and the environmental biodiversity agenda behind to make the current system work for a very small number of people. And on that point, I think there are some arguments we could be drawing on. And again, this is about adapting to your audience. If we're looking at the different types of stakeholders we need to engage with, some more inclined towards listening to businesses, some more inclined to listening to constituents who are from vulnerable communities, some both or a mix or of whichever of those two. And here it's really about talking and awareness raising, actually, that gets to the citizen, which is, okay, what does this actually mean in terms of impact, right? And it's not, again, about as justifiable as it is, you will have to pay more for your AC because we're living in a hot world, and that's going to create all sorts of untenable situations. It's really about saying, well, actually, if you're an SME owner in Czechia, and I'm drawing on some work we did in Central and Eastern Europe just a few months ago, they were very hit, as with most of Europe, by the energy crisis and the invasion of Ukraine and the disruptions of gas. Well, if you tell them, look, if you do you want this to continue, that kind of vulnerability, you can reduce it by at least 5% just by going into some energy efficient solutions, for example, and investing in renewables. If you then tell some audiences in, let's say, Poland and some of the SMEs there, well, look, it's not about a burden you're placing on transition and around climate and about environment, but this actually can give you, down the line, benefits that you can tap into resulting from 2% of annual GDP growth, if we're still using those metrics. But again, I'm kind of using examples drawing on the current system of reference points we have. What does that mean for the SME? What does that mean for the consumer and the citizen? So I think we need to look at that, and this is about not everybody having to make the same argument. We're a community, we're diverse. Some people can make these arguments, some people can actually go on the imperative around what this will mean in terms of lack of security around disorder and disruption, and around what we can do on hard measures like taxation, subsidies, etc., in addition to these softer arguments, but they're not soft only, they're actually more politically compelling to some aspects. And just to the question on how this mobilizes savings, well, again, there is a huge untapped potential here of citizen savings, et cetera, absolutely. But here again, how do they know where to use that money and how do they know what to put it towards? And this actual interfacing between the consumer, the bank, for example, the investor, doesn't really happen right now. And we don't have a vision that helps actually channel that, and that really educates the consumer and the citizen and the small-scale investor in the same way. So we need to look at that, but what's going to get them there is not, some may be motivated by a fear of what this means for their future and for their children. And I think a lot of it is more mixed than that, but it's also going to be about, is this a good investment at the end of the day? Am I throwing away my savings? And there we need the business case that we need to demonstrate more.
Great, thank you. I'm going to bring in, two women. So, one with a blue blouse, and then with a white jacket. Okay, we can start the other way around, it's okay, go on, go for it.
Thank you.
Do introduce yourself.
Yes, Hanna Oinen from Carboculture. We're a biochar carbon removal company based in Finland. And I have a question for Philip Lamberts, Member of Parliament from the Greens. We spoke a little bit about listening to the science and looking into the future, looking at foresight. One very concrete policy, in addition to everything that's been happening today, is the CRCF, the Carbon Removal Certification Framework. That's momentous for Europe, and also for Europe to define what is good quality carbon removal. And we've seen that, of course, there are fears as well when it comes to allowing enough space for emissions reductions, but also not forgetting about removals. And we've seen quite a lot of pushback from the Greens Party, which has been quite surprising for a climate tech company against the CRCF, in the sense of. Well, for instance, in the Greens website, there was a blog post where you were quoting the European Environmental Bureau calling the CRCF a greenwashing proposal by the European Commission.
No, before you answer, no,
Yeah.
please. No, otherwise we'll get into the same dynamic. No. Thank you, but
yeah.
I need you to...
Exactly. So my question is, how do you see enough support within the Greens Party into these new technologies?
That's
What kind of, an example of new technology?
An example of new technology, biochar carbon removal, for instance, as a carbon removal technology, it's still not in scale. It's something that's one of the leading carbon removal technologies right now, but it's not.
But the deeper issue is about innovative, clean technologies. We can come back to that. You can answer that question then. In the blue blouse here.
Thanks, Manon Dufault from E3G. Thanks a lot for that, very passionate. My question is going to be a bit dry, but I think it does matter. When I hear you talk about what needs to do, the social solutions, basically, and the kind of managing the social impacts. It's a question mainly for the two policymakers, Commission and Philippe Lambert. I wonder, to what extent do you think we need to consider how much more power the EU needs on kind of social, on whether it's kind of skills, on kind of social rights, on taxation? We know we kind of reached the limit anyway. I'm interested in knowing where do you think we can go with the current arrangements, and if we need new arrangements, how we get there. Thanks.
And what's your view? Do you think we need to bolster the social pillar and get more kind of infrastructure in the treaties for it to be
So
meaningful?
I think given the political conditions, I'm not sure this will yield much better results, but I do feel like Europe was really strong in managing energy security and kind of energy in general. I think this past few years have shown very good results, and I think in part it's because of the mandate, and I think on the social front we're not doing a great job, and I think that could be one of the avenues for sure.
Absolutely great. And then finally yourself, yes. Introduce yourself, please.
Caroline Golan, Google, big multinational company, but also a company that's deploying and has deployed billions of dollars towards the clean energy transition. I manage a global team, and so I'm part of this, or listening to this conversation all over the world. And my consistent question here is that the clean transition is a capital-intensive transition, but it's an infrastructure-intensive transition. You are essentially building new infrastructure for the new paradigm, right? Infrastructure historically, as a team that deploys money essentially to get infrastructure financed, has really just one beneficiary, and that whoever owns the debt and whoever owns the equity in the infrastructure, right? And everything I see in Europe says that there's a lot of innovative ideas around sharing in the cost benefits or the energy efficiency benefits of clean energy transition, largely on the generation side. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of conversation about the infrastructure, the actual grid, the transmission systems, the distribution systems, the interconnectors that are capital intensive, debt intensive, equity intensive infrastructure that go through these communities that don't care about climate change. And so my question is, what are we going to do to get the equity into the communities so that we can build the infrastructure that will actually facilitate this?
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's it. So I'm going to start with, do you want to, Esther, do you want to say anything to any of the points that have been raised? You don't have to, because I know that it's not necessarily your vector.
I think they are all very good. Feels very overwhelming. Like the four of us, we are going to sort out the future of the European Green Deal and the future of European democracy. But as we all said, it's a job for all of us. We all have a role to play. Citizens, political parties, NGO, businesses. I think we really need to think seriously about what is the vision that we are going to tell our citizens for the next 5 years. For me, I'm an optimist. we don't have the choice. We need to continue with the reforms, starting by the European Green Deal. They are not systemic enough. They are not going far. They are not touching on the social aspects yet. So we need to continue that agenda.
Okay. All right.
How we continue, that's also the important part. How we do all these politics, how we are more transparent, how we are more accountable to the citizens, how we enable better the science, there's already a climate council, really informs the policy making, because all boils down to that. But I'm not seeing the impact of science on the current policy making. I'm not seeing, as you were saying, SMEs' voices, alternative voices to ours and the ones coming into the debate, how we make that sure. And then the last point, and you've mentioned that, is how we are going to pay for all of that. So we really need to scale up public investment on social, on environment and climate. We need to align the private finance, and most important, we need to make polluters basically pay and take responsibility.
Yeah, but on the question of money, I mean, I don't think there's any shortage of money. I mean, we know there's a glut of money. Money is available.
The subsidies that we are still giving, the fossil fuel subsidies represent, I think, 8% of the GDP, global GDP, and this is the World Bank.
Yeah. No,
money is there.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying is that we have a resilience and recovery fund that's not being spent currently in member states. No, it's absolutely the case. There are only 2 countries that are actually drawing it down in the level that or by the rate that it should be. Majority of it's still silting up. It's sitting there waiting to be used. So I don't think it's a question of money. It's about smartness and political leadership that we need to perhaps be thinking about. You know, I want to come to you about the equity point, because I thought it was thank you for making that point, because it's essential. Because how do you create equity in those areas and spaces where it matters?
So I think it's a really good point around involving communities that are otherwise not necessarily engaging in these conversations. And one thought that comes to mind, and this links to the panel earlier, and the question around also entrepreneurship and providing examples, is precisely that. I think about examples of projects that tend to work. And this, of course, will imply a level of awareness raising and dissemination. But I'm thinking in particular to the point made just now around leveraging public funds. I mean, we do know there's a Just Transition Fund, and there are some examples of great projects that are being developed in specific regions there that do show how you can leverage public funds to bring in some private equity and then develop projects that then stand on their own and bring in a return on investment. I'm thinking that there's something to be done here around actually demonstrating that these things are viable to the community, not just in terms of the financial returns, but also in terms of the social reskilling, et cetera, involved in this, that will then help provide a little bit more of an inspiration in other places. Obviously, that's a starting point. It's not about addressing and scaling up the investments across the board very fast, and there is a question, of course, of timeline and acceleration that we need to tackle. But I think looking at these kinds of good examples, or at least continuing to see what that could bring to the community, is something we need to build out.
Okay, and you know, perhaps this is a conversation from another time, but you know, what we haven't talked about is community ownership of equity, and you know, we need to have that. I mean, as a funder, we brought into ownership renewables, islands, all sorts of assets that as a lottery funder. We don't seem to be doing that here in the continent of Europe. But how do you create community ownership of big assets, which means that you have a stake and you don't feel left behind? Philippe, there's a number of issues here. So you heard that question about, you know, are you against new green technologies or not? You're pointing. No. I'm giving you a list. And then the next one is redistribution, right? Because you wanted to come back on that. But then finally is that how are you going to map out the next 6 months or the next 3 months now? Because you're a fiery character, you've got your arguments right, and you have passion, which is really important. And but it is important. Yeah. But you're direct, and that's what we need more of. People just talking, truth to power, if you will. So that point about what's going to be the next steps for you in the context of where we find ourselves. Take it in whichever order you want.
Well, first, I'm not familiar with this piece of legislation. And, well, you may want to call the Greens anti-tech. Well, I'm an engineer by training, and I joined the Greens willingly. I was not forced, and I'm leading the group. So the thing is that the first science we need to listen to is a science that tells us how long we have to act, right? And that science has been ignored for 50 years. Now, you're talking to me about carbon removal. I know that people talk about carbon removal, but tell me, let's take CCS. How mature is this? Well, then what are you talking about?
Anyway, let's not, no, let's not get into that. We could have that conversation over lunch.
If there's new avenues, let's explore new avenues. But again, if the time for maturity of these avenues is 20 years, sorry, but by then we need to be much further. So I mean, if some private money wants to be invested in developing technologies, fine by me. I have nothing against that. The question is, if basically those people say, we want a lot of public subsidies, you finish, right? Yeah. So you know that fiscal hawks are rather common in Finland. And as a policymaker, I can tell you that when I spend €1 public money here, I can't spend it there. So I have to make choices. And indeed, we need to go for the solutions when it comes to technology that are already the most proven. And so if you want some seed money, go to venture capitalists, if this is what you want. I have nothing against that. If you're a market lover, market dynamics will help you. If you come to beg for public money for some private interests, well, then maybe when we will have exhausted all the important things to do, we may come to you. But then again, it's nothing being anti-tech or whatever.
Yeah, but have that conversation over lunch. I know it's gonna. This is gonna brewing it up.
Someone else, but
redistribution.
Redistribution, that is a crucial thing. But first, we should start with the reminding ourselves that the European Union is not a centralized state. It is an attempt of an international democracy covering a number of policy domains, of which preserving the environment. So the center of gravity of environmental action is clearly the European Union. But the center of gravity on action on social equity is national. And no, I have no time for an institutional crusade to convince people that you should make Europe a federal state. Yes, we should. But again, IPCC says we have no time for these institutional discussions. And I think they're right. So we have to make do with the current institutional setup. That said, I hate speaking about redistribution because we should speak about distribution. The whole system, and that is what we need to keep in mind, is geared towards, well, feeding the appetite of the capital owners. When you do labor market reforms that are basically reducing the hand of the people who live from their wages and strengthening the hand of those who have capital, well, you are favoring capital owners. When you are doing free trade deals that allow capital owners to put jurisdictions in competition with one another, and competition on what? On taxation, on social security, on labor market organization, guess who benefits? So before speaking about redistribution, we should speak about how the system works or not for all. The current system, not the future one, the current one. Even if we did not have a climate crisis at hand, we should revisit this system completely because it is totally unfair. And so there, the European Union is playing a role because for decades, the European Union has pushed for those reforms called structural reforms, basically favoring capital owners at the expense of everyone else. Okay. And this is what we need to roll back. And that is what Europe can do in its annual recommendations to member states. And it has started doing that. It has started doing that. But again, are we going to see a push from Europe? And that is the instrument that we have in the framework of the economic governance to push member states to do reforms that actually reduce injustice of the system. And then indeed, it is for member states to stop tax competition and to couple that with more capital controls. Yes, capital can cross borders. I'm all in favor of it. Absolutely, under conditions. If a euro crosses the border of the European Union one way or the other, we must make sure as to how it has been earned. Is it dirty money? Is it clean money? And has taxes been paid on this or not? And then we must make sure that it happens. And under those conditions, no problem. Money can circulate. Yeah, capital owners don't like this too much. Yeah, but this is where we will need to make changes. And And finally, about the spirit of exploration, I totally agree with that. We won't get to where we need to be if we are just looking backwards. I agree with that. But the point I was making is that these people who are not exploring, we need real explorers. How do we ensure housing, cooling, heating, mobility, etc., using the least energy and resources? This is where we need to focus our innovation spirit, or exploratory spirit.
Yeah.
And you know, the last thing I want to answer, how do we make reducing desirable? We can't. Do you really believe, and sorry for those who heard me saying that already, July 1940, do you really think that Winston Churchill thought about how making the pursuit of the fight against Nazi Germany desirable? No, he said, okay, it's going to be blood, sweat, and tears, but this is vital. This is just vital. It is existential for our nation. And so, no, it won't be a pleasant ride.
No.
There will be rationing. There will be stuff that you would like to do and that you can't do. There will be general mobilization. And this is exactly the kind of situation we're in. You know, I'm fed up of people thinking, well, you know, climate, this is the green hobby horse.
Yeah.
And social justice, that's the social democrats' hobby horse. And we in the right, our hobby horse is the economy and competitiveness. So everyone has to have a bit of his hobby horse. Sorry, having a livable environment is a matter of survival. There will be no economy if humanity is gone.
Well said.
Right?
Philip, well said. I'm already 10 minutes over and I've got colleagues looking at me with pins in my eyes because there's lunch available and, you know, saying, close it down, Dharmendra. But I hear you. I'm not going to finish without letting Nicholas actually make some remarks as to where we find ourselves as well. I mean, you're looking ahead. We've had this conversation. I just think this is a taste of what's to come out there. But I do come back to you about accountability of the cabinet to really take a hold of the situation we find ourselves in. Do you see that as a likelihood happening in the short term? I need you to take the mic, though.
Certainly, the Commission will fight for its proposals, obviously, but I agree with most of what Philip has said, but on the blood and tears approach, I'm not convinced by it. Because I know that it's a question of survival. I fully agree with that. But we will not convince our constituents with a blood and tears discourse. I think we have to have, as you have said, and there is one, I believe in that, there is a positive narrative based on real, clear arguments which imply that we have to change the paradigm, but this is not a scenario where everybody will suffer. Some have to give a bit away, but I think they can absolutely afford it, absolutely. But I think what we have to build is a narrative of hope, of positive answers, of hope for the next generation, for the present one, and especially of the next one. And there are political solutions to do that. So we have to convince people about these political solutions. The Greens, the Social Democrats, the Liberals, whoever, who is a bit aware of the situation and believes in the strength of politics, we have to do it on this basis. Now, two remarks. Yes, I do not believe also in a centralized European state. That's absolutely not my thing. The big issue which was raised on social, I agree. If you have a situation where all the costs, all the regulation are presented as coming from Europe, so people are told, well, this is coming from Europe. What can we do about this? The prices increase because ETS is there, and so on and so forth. Well, hopefully there is some correction done at national level. This is the social side national, the cost is European. Well, then many people, they believe that, and they are considering that Europe is finally making their life more difficult. So this is something we have to work on, because there is this big décalage between the European level, bringing in the rules, the regulations, the cost, and on the other hand, the corrections, which are not sufficient, but We have Europe telling us the budgetary discipline is there too. That's a contradiction, very difficult to resolve, and this is something dangerous for the whole European project.
Right.
My last remark, if you allow me,
I will.
is about the community approach. I very much believe in that. Because I think that the change, the transformation, is also a change in our economic system in that sense that we have to localize much more our economic activities in many areas. And think about renewables. Well, we do not need big alone. We need some, obviously. But we can produce our electricity production, which is key for the transformation, can be much more localized. And this means that communities can take over. We do not need such a powerful EDF. We need a lot of communities producing their electricity, developing their scheme. And this means also that we can use the savings of people into that. And this brings me to make the linkage with a new business model based on some kind of social economy. I am responsible for that too. So social economy, cooperatives, and localized development. So this is a new paradigm. And we will not manage this transformation without this kind of new paradigm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's been good to have a passionate conversation. What we are going to do at this as Think Tank is serve up 10 policy choices for a new social contract. And Nicholas, I hope that we can present them to you and that you will take them forward, because some of the ideas are some of the moments that you've just been describing in the last couple of minutes to a certain extent. Colleagues, this debate's going to rage. This was only starting. This is only the start of it. And as we move towards, the winter, I imagine it will get worse. I just hope it doesn't get dirty. But let's see. But thank our panelists for being present, vigorous, passionate. And, regardless of the differences, the most important thing is to have a pulse on this issue, right? To be alive and have a conversation. So thank you for being alive, present, and having a pulse. Colleagues, you've only got 15 minutes for lunch, which is just out there, and then we need to be back. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Can I ask you to take your seats, please? Don't worry about bringing your sandwiches back to the seats. Perfectly fine. And eat as you listen. Don't worry. Because obviously I've been at fault to run over and giving you a very short time. But hey, the last session, I hope you'd agree, it was like a riveting episode of Netflix. You couldn't really miss it, really. It was good. It was good to have that kind of energy and discussion and interaction. As I said, at least we're live to the situation we find ourselves in. We're moving our attention now. This is the third chapter of the story. I began with it this morning. We move into the question and the issues around the energy landscape and the policy surrounding that energy landscape. And are we on track? Are we getting there? And are there the big ticket policies that have been launched in the past, let's say, 3 years, especially in the past 12 months, going to make a difference? And are they going to have traction? So we've got a range of contributors who are going to help us think that through, if you will, in the next hour. Basically, I have Pierre. Pierre, from you've been involved in the launch of Repower EU, and obviously people saw that as a real opportunity to create the right signal to investors and others and communities that renewable energy matters. Okay, what's your sense of how do we increase the share of renewable resources and energy more widely in Europe? And I suppose in the context of the last discussion, which I know that you weren't able to be at, but that whole dimension of citizens and making sure that we don't lose them along the way. Over to you, Pierre.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for accepting me as a replacement to Dieter Juel Jurgensen, the Director General of DG Energy, who would have liked to be here, but unfortunately had conflicting issues and had to jump into other events and negotiations. Well, as you say, Repower was very much about two things, two real dimensions. The first one was, of course, diversifying our gas imports. That was very obvious. So the very conscious policy, which I think we can say now has been hugely successful, of getting rid of our dependence of Russian gas. Russian oil as well, by the way. We are hardly importing any Russian oil at all anymore. There are some limited derogations in Central Europe. And in terms of gas, we are now down from 50% to 7 or 8% of our pipeline gas coming from Russia. That was one dimension. But the other dimension is, as you say, was on one hand, was the whole speeding up of the energy transition dimension. And that was there was one element which was saving energy. Also now we have the first results, and I think we've been successful. So we reduced our gas consumption by 18% between August and April of this winter, and then speeding up renewables. A link to that, and I think that is an interesting dimension, because I think many in the room would remember still a time where security of supply and energy transition were not necessarily the two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
I remember very much debates in the Commission 10, 15 years ago, where people would say, the renewables, it's good. We like renewables, but we have to think about security of supply. And today, renewables is security of supply. And that is, I think, a strong shift in mentality. So we raised the level of ambition. We now have the Renewable Energy Directive nearly agreed, not officially agreed, but informally it is agreed. So 42.5% as a level of ambition to 2030. You know, I was in the team of Arias Cañete as his deputy head of cabinet when it was hugely contested whether we could go to 32% by 2030. And it's not such a long time ago. It's a couple of years ago. Today we find 42.5 realistic, but it's a high level of ambition. Let's be very honest, that it's nearly a doubling of the current share of renewables in 8 years' time. So what are the main issues? I mean, you know that we've been working very much on permitting. It's not been an obvious issue to deal with at European level. It's actually quite recent that we are dealing with permitting at all at European level. It's very much seen as a national competence. Actually, in many member states, it's not even a national competence. It's a regional, local competence. You have constitutional issues in many member states without difficulty, including my own, Sweden. There's a big issue on what you can do in terms of permitting requirements. But clearly, it has been and still is one of the major bottlenecks. So we worked on that in the Renewable Energy Directive. We had the emergency measure kicking in trying to address this trade-off between environmental protection, which of course is a legitimate aim and priority, with possibilities then to speed up permitting procedures. So working with issues such as renewable acceleration areas, go-to areas, trying to deal with some of these issues linked to environmental impact assessments and so forth. So that has clearly been one issue. The second has been, of course, what we're still working on is the reform of the electricity market.
Yeah.
So that's very much on the agenda this week as we speak, I dare say. And here, of course, also with the aim of speeding up the deployment, addressing the price signals and getting then greater reliance on long-term contracts for renewables. And then the third priority that we have has been very much the whole infrastructure dimension, the grid issue, which I think is really an issue that we need to address if we want to reach the renewable energy targets. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a welcome debate at European level. We haven't paid enough attention to the fact that the whole grid needs to adapt both on the supply and the consumer side.
Exactly. Yeah.
To a very strongly changing, if you want, energy generation, electricity generation context, and that if we don't address it, if we don't address that capacity, it risks becoming a major bottleneck for the energy transition. And then on the personal level, I would add the fourth dimension, which I think is, again, difficult to address at European level, but needed to address at European level, at least as a push, and that is the whole skills agenda, the labor market, the qualification of our workforce in terms of being able to provide the competences, the knowledge that is needed for companies, for the energy system as a whole. But I think in terms of if you want day-to-day work, it's been very much permitting, infrastructure, electricity market, price signals, long-term stability.
Great. Pierre, thank you for being for stepping in so valiantly and effectively. I suppose I'm not going to ask you this question. I'm just something to think about. You'd have thought that when you were doing, the policy on renewables and having to, create investment in, let's say, wind, etc., that permitting would have been an issue in your impact assessment right at the early stages. It shouldn't be something that would have been found out later. So that's a bit of a criticism, of course, on my part, because you'd have thought it would have been a policy impact assessment. Permitting is going to be a major issue when we're going to try and invest so much in renewables. I suppose my question, therefore, will follow, and I'll bring it back to the audience, is when you're thinking about the grid, let's think what are going to be the barriers to transition. We need that grid. We absolutely, to be competitive, Europe needs that grid to be connected, absolutely. So let's come back to that in a moment. But thank you very much. Claire, moving to you. Thank you for being with us. Good to see you again. NG, big producer, you find yourself in this really interesting position right now. I wouldn't call it interesting, challenging situation when everything's about energy at the moment. What I'd find helpful, Claire, is for you to reflect on where you find yourself right now as a company in the context of this wider, energy policy landscape, and then go down into the grid issue, if you may, if I can ask you to move into that conversation. Thank you. Good to see you.
Well, great to be back here, and this time in presence, not virtual. So it feels good to see real people, and indeed these are very interesting times, I would say, for energy. Well, we all underwent, and that was said before me by Pierre, we all underwent dramatic events last year. A dramatic conflict, first and foremost, And of course, it also had energy consequences. On the energy landscape, we had the shock of the war in Ukraine. We also had the shock of lower than expected availability of a number of means of production of electricity on the European market, in particular French nuclear and in particular hydrology. So a year where we were vastly impacted on the supply side. And nevertheless, as Pierre was saying, we collectively managed to face and to live up to this supply shock, negative shock. At the same time, we also all experienced very high prices. And this has been an issue, of course, for all customers, be they businesses, be they households. So yes, we've been able to manage supply. The prices have been very high. What does it tell us for the future? Well, I think what it puts front and center on the energy landscape is the importance both of security of supply, prices, and decarbonation. And I think by now, we should all have clearly in mind the fact that we need all these three to align to be successful in energy transition. And it's not a given. I mean, security of supply could have seemed a given beforehand, before the crisis. We've seen how tense security of supply can be. Prices, we were used to living with relatively low prices of energy, not anymore the case. And of course, the decarbonation issue more present than ever. And here we have to have in mind, just to give an order of magnitude, that in the next few years and until 2050, we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions 4 times more rapidly than in the last decade. So what we have made some progress. What we need is to accelerate in a big way. So, and to accelerate in an affordable way, and that talks to the previous panel and the discussions on the citizen, and in a reliable way, ensuring security of supply. So where does this lead us? Well, several things. We are very convinced, and as you were remembering, at ENGIE, we are a producer of different sources of energy. We have exited the gas production, but we are producer of biomethane, we are producer of renewable hydrogen, and we are producer of electricity, be it by PV, onshore wind, offshore wind. And of course, in Belgium, as a number of you are well aware, we are also producers of nuclear energy. So we are across the spectrum, and we are extremely convinced that in order to succeed the energy transition, we will need all the different types of energy. We shouldn't oppose one energy to another. So let me be a bit more precise and digging a bit into this. Well, first we need sobriety and efficiency, and that was said by Pierre. I think one of the good news of the energy crisis is that businesses and customers have proved that they can make some savings in energy. Mind you, some of it were good savings and productive savings, some were just demand destruction, factories shutting down, and this is the reverse of the medal, and not of course, a good news. What we want is energy efficiency, energy sobriety that does preserve the competitiveness and that does preserve the functioning of the European industry. But energy and sobriety is going to be a key component, of course, of energy transition. Second, very much agree, of course, with what was said before. We need to accelerate big way the production of renewables. That's very clear in all our scenarios. I mean, we're talking several folds. We're talking 3 to 4 times more in terms of wind by 2035. That's tomorrow. We're talking about 6 times more in terms of PV by 2035. This is tomorrow again. So we need to accelerate big time the deployment of renewables, and together with renewables that do contribute indeed to security of supply, we need to increase our flexibility means. We know that renewables are intermittent, so we will need ways to store and to displace the supply across time, not to be overly dependent on the time of production. So here I'm talking about batteries, I'm talking about steps, pumped hydro, of course, and also about CCGTs. which are gas-fired electricity production units with gas that will need to be decarbonized. We will need all the three, and we will need them to be available when needed to ensure a matching between supply and demand in terms of electricity. So a word here on market design, because that's a topical issue indeed.
It's almost the infrastructure we need, really. Yeah.
So, well, market design is the overall framework we do need as investors to have clear signals to be able to accelerate. So, indeed, the signals that will be provided will be key. We believe that, as a rule, the PPAs are a very good way to give. So PPA are long-term contracts between producers and consumers, and we believe that as a rule, they give very good visibility to both sides. As investors, we do need clarity about what will be the prices tomorrow, and the customers alike, they do like clarity, the businesses, and visibility. So PPA are a great tool between producers and customers to give visibility to both sides. We could have also CFDs, and they are hotly debated right now. I will not go into this unless there are specific questions. But we do need these long-term signals for, in particular, to accelerate our renewable production. We will need also a framework that recognizes the need for flexibility while ensuring the decarbonation, of course. And third thing, I would like to stress on market design, we will need a framework that strikes a balance, that finds a way, in a way, to ensure a sound supply market that does protect customers, but also allows for competition. So here we need to find this balance. So this is for electricity. I wouldn't be complete if I don't mention the last lever of decarbonation, which is gas. We are very convinced that for a number of uses, we will need gas in the energy transition, not fossil gas. We will need gas that will become decarbonized. What do I mean here? Two things mainly, biomethane and green hydrogen, or low carbon hydrogen. Again, big debate. Why do we need this? In two words, there are some sectors that are hard to abate, meaning if you only electrify, it's going to be either impossible or far too costly to the economy. And these are in particular sectors of some industrial uses, in particular the ones which rely on very high temperatures. So some industrial uses clearly will continue to need gas, and some heavy mobility uses will also need gas because electricity is simply not practical. And the batteries would be too big. In addition, and I think that's been also one of the lessons when we look at the availability of energy throughout the crisis, we are in a situation where a number of uses are going to be electrified. At the same time, there's a limit to the capacity we're able to put online. So we need to be sure that at each and every point of time, the supply and demand of electricity will match. In this context, the role of gas and the fact that for heating sectors in particular, gas still has a role to play, becoming more and more green throughout time, will be important. Why? Because in the heating sector, it's very simple. When it gets cold, you need more heating. That's very basic. So what does it mean? It means that overall, we all have the same needs at the same time, meaning that there are peak demands due to heating at the same time. If everything is electrified, you see that you need much more in terms of capacity. So gas is also a way to make it affordable, becoming green, and making sure you don't need this peak demand. And last, because you wanted me to talk about infrastructures, yes, indeed. We do see bottlenecks, and here I would very much echo what was just said. The two bottlenecks we mainly see are permitting across member states where we operate, and networks. We sometimes delay projects that we have in renewables by 1 year or 2 years because the connection to network cannot come earlier. So indeed, this is it's not the future, it's already becoming a bottleneck. So it's very good to make sure that throughout the years, and as we accelerate, we do accelerate also in the network industry. And this is also, by the way, one of the big costs, and let me finish like this, big costs of energy transition. We made our scenarios for Europe, and our estimates are that roughly it's going to be something like 40 billion euros that will need to be spent on the networks every year, electricity networks. Gas networks much less, because they are already quite, I would say, quite dense. So order of magnitude, 40 billion euros a year for electricity networks, 6 billion a year for gas networks. So let's also be careful here to make sure that we electrify as much as is needed and reasonable, but we keep the gases for the uses where it could be cheaper.
As ever, Claire, really clear, pragmatic, and wise. You talk it as is, and what's great about what you're saying is that rather than kind of be hostage to the fortune of let's flick the switch overnight, we need to be pragmatic. We need to have the mix as we phase something in and phase something out, if you like. But your point made about the kind of the cost and the network issue are really well made, and I'm hoping that there is some focus politically on that. And on that point of politics, I'm going to turn to Christian. Thank you for joining us. I know you've been busy, so I'm really pleased that you'll be able to make this panel. Christian, we need, you sit on the committee that's kind of key to this conversation, and I suppose as we aimed to decarbonize the power system, we know we need better storage solutions as well as capturing solutions. Tell us from your point of view, is the green hydrogen route the way to go, or what's the alternative? What's on your mind when we think about the implications of decarbonizing the system and what solutions we apply?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, on behalf of ITRE committee, I just need at the beginning to reaffirm the strong commitment that European Parliament in general and the ITRE committee in particular has to the decarbonization pathway, to the Green Deal strategic objective of European Union. Clearly, this was strongly supported from the beginning. It didn't diminish as political support after COVID-19, during COVID-19, even that, of course, it was a big debate at that moment. And then, of course, paradoxally in a way, the horrific aggression of Russia against Ukraine not only diminished the commitment of the political commitment to advance in deploying clean technologies, to advance in supporting hydrogen, in supporting renewables, but it became even stronger because REPowerEU is not just to phase out, to give up to the imports from Russia. In the same time, we can do this by increasing the role of renewables, by reducing the role of fossil fuels. And here, as I said, the commitment is very clear. On the other hand, of course, as the industry committee, sometimes we try to see what is really feasible and how to get a balance. We are a little bit less enthusiastic than ENVI or other, maybe with the plenary, and try to look a little bit how we can do the things properly, because our industries also needs decent prices for electricity, also our households, our citizens. But for industry is a big problem of competitivity, and not only the steel, the cement, the energy-intensive industries, but this touches also industries that maybe the electricity is not a big cost, but if the margins are very low or very strict, then of course the global competitivity is at stake. That's why we need to see things in a balanced way, and I totally agree that for a period we'll need gas. Also, it's a problem of security, of having electricity all the day, all night, all seasons. I'm coming from Romania, of course. We have the luck to have a lot of hydro, which is also in a way intermittent, but maybe less than solar and wind. And we accept and even want to develop even further the nuclear energy. But this is the case for just some member states. That's why clearly decarbonized gas We fought to have it in the taxonomy, and hydrogen is extremely important. I also always say that without the use of hydrogen, it is very difficult to decarbonize some hard-to-abate industries, and we'll just see these industries going outside Europe. Until now, we experienced that in many senses. We reduced our emissions, but we exported these emissions because not all the continents followed our examples. We imported more with more emissions and less environmental standards. And this is something that we should also take into account when we take very, very abrupt decisions. On hydrogen, of course, green hydrogen is the one that we aim, and this is what we need to support strongly. But for the moment, it is not easy to have just green hydrogen. We need electricity from renewables. So this is clearly the way, but for many of the members of European Parliament and many of the member states, all kind of hydrogen is accepted. And important is to build the infrastructure. We are also extremely ambitious on hydrogen. For the moment, is still very marginal, only for some industrial processes. But with all the money that we are investing also in research and in scale up some projects, we'll see soon hydrogen being part of our mobility. At some point, of course, storage of energy. On electricity market design, this is the big issue that we are now debating in the Parliament. On 19th of July, we'll vote in the ITRE committee. Even this morning, the colleagues that have responsibilities, rapporteurs and shadows, with the technical teams of the political groups and their personal teams, try to advance in building the compromises. The two big novelties, let's say like this, beside of course empowering the consumer, the PPAs and the CFDs clearly are welcomed, are supported, but let's see also the details, because some member states and even some colleagues look to alternatives to CFDs, for instance. So let's see how the final compromises will look like, as we need the proper instruments to intervene when it's high volatility and clear speculation on the market. I'm a strong advocate to keep the energy internal market, the competitivity, the free movement. Clearly, this is something that we built with difficulty, and we cannot now come back to protectionism, to national markets. We need even to be more integrated, to build more interconnections, to use European money, companies' money, in order to be even more interconnected. But in the same time, when it's clear speculation, high volatility, we need some instruments to intervene, because otherwise we pay high prices without having a solid ground for these high prices. That's why those two initiatives of European Commission, with the improvements that we can bring, and also the Council, and then during the trilogues, the final version, are extremely important for the future of the energy and even the climate policy landscape.
Do you get a sense that, you know, after the ugly, horrendous invasion of Ukraine, you saw a moment of solidarity because all the member states were thinking, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? And there was a kind of sense of burden sharing, if I can call it that broadest sense, or having to burden share about what we do, because you needed a united front to a certain extent. Do you think that sentiment's still there as we think about what we need to do right now, especially as when we look at what's going to happen, you know, in terms of our temperatures? This winter could be either really cold or really hot. Both will need electricity in various ways, right? And we have to really think about that. Is that still that momentum, still that feeling of coming together?
No, I think it's a clear awareness, at least in ITRE committee, but not only, that we still need a lot of solidarity. Even that the situation is improved, and I think, and here I totally supported the proposals of European Commission. They did an excellent job, even with the urgency Article 122 measures. Of course, we didn't like it as Parliament. We tried to advocate, to remind that should be temporary, that should be only if the urgency is very clear.
Yeah.
But finally, all those measures were really useful. And on one hand, of course, gave us some instruments to be better prepared, to have the necessary reserves for gas, for instance. This was something that we legislated in a record time. On the other hand, I believe that discouraged the aggressor Russia to act even more aggressively against European Union. Because if we wouldn't take all those measures, the situation could be even more catastrophic. But you're right. Next winter, we don't know how it will be. If it will be very cold and with still some shortage on the international gas market. And this winter, we do not have all the solutions that we had at the beginning, because we had some, you know well, some additional quantities coming from Norway, from north of Africa, of course, energy from United States at premium price, clearly,
Exactly.
but for our security of supply were extremely important, and our strategic partnership with the United States was very important in this and really saved us. Now the situation could be a little bit different, and if the winter is very cold, and if the much smaller amount of gas that we import from Russia, but still significant, will be interrupted totally and bluntly, then let's see the solidarity, because of course exists, but it was not yet tested in a very, very difficult scenario.
Sure. But I'm hoping that some policymakers and decision makers are really scenario planning for that harsh reaction, because it may come about.
Yes, yes. European Commission always warned this about this situation. Member states have plans.
Okay.
The solidarity mechanism is there because it was introduced via the legislation under Article 122. It was not questioned. I'm coming from the country that produces gas, 80% of our necessary, and after UK, after Brexit, maybe you are the second, and the potential is very high, taking into account that Netherlands have potential but not the will to continue producing, or at least expanding the production. With the Black Sea that will start soon, Romania could become a provider for the whole region. But if a catastrophic situation will arise, we are ready to be solidar. It will not be easy in practice.
Precisely, exactly. Okay, we'll come back to that, because I think that's the one that it's a near-term issue. It's going to test us, and given the volatility of what we experienced at the weekend, we don't simply know. That's why scenario planning is important by governments. I'm going to go, Frank, if I can go to you. You've done a lot of work outside of the EU on hydrogen, and we need clean hydrogen as part of the energy mix in Europe. Are there any great examples or lessons you can share from having worked at GIZ outside the EU that could benefit the growing hydrogen, economy in Europe?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, everyone looks at the EU. So there's no week when not a delegation from outside comes to my office. This week it's Vietnam, so if everyone's interested, Thursday, Friday, to look at EU. And why is that? Because there's no other place where you have such a political regulatory framework that's so complex, but also kind of complete. You have incentive subsidies, you have the political mandates, industry targets. So most of the hydrogen projects worldwide are actually here. There are more hydrogen projects in the US closer to being financed because of the IRA, as we all know, but still we are in a very good place, and everyone's looking here. But as Christian was nicely saying, well, for the renewable hydrogen, we need renewable energy. We need renewable energy for electrification. So there is a limit, and we won't most probably not be able to produce enough for our needs in 2030, 2035. So strong cooperation with the outside world is absolutely necessary, and I would even call it a symbiotic relationship that we have, mostly with the African continent, basically of geographics, and a lot of a lot of partnerships are already ongoing. And I mean, you all heard at last COP, the EU signing agreements with Kazakhstan and Namibia. We have Algeria and Italy, Belgium and Oman, Germany and India, and there's so many more. And lots of investments going on. And so we'll see all of that. But what I thought I'd talk more about is I think there's in our discussion a little bit of a notion that the oil and gas that we currently have is being replaced by hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and what have you. But I don't know if that's the case. There's some think tanks running around and saying, well, 10% of the oil molecules will actually be replaced. The rest is being an economic transformation. So what do they mean? Instead of hydrogen being imported to Europe, products will be imported with the hydrogen produced at steel. Okay, so currently we get iron ore from Mauritania, Brazil, South Africa, heaps of stones basically, to produce the first step of the value chain, which is sponge iron, which are small pellets. So in a scenario where you import the iron ore and the energy in the form of ammonia, say, to Europe, it doesn't make an awful lot of sense. So you rather produce the iron ore in Brazil or South Africa and bring that with one ship instead of 10 or what. And the same you do for the chemical industry, for granulates and plastics and waxes and the basis for colors and what have you, for all of those products that we have. So the question is that bad for Europe? So you could argue, yeah, well, it's bad, and Christian was saying that, well, the industry is escaping. They go where the energy is cheapest. But you could also argue, if we get rid of the super energy intensive part of the production, that also is very low on value addition, like my sponge iron thing, but keep the rest in Europe, then the high kind of the steel making and the production of the Mercedeses and the wind turbines and so on, maybe it's a good deal. Maybe also for our population decline, if we have less people in the future, use the people that we have for the highly skilled jobs and leave the other things for the outside. So maybe that's not even a choice. It will happen regardless, because if you talk to Brazilians and South Africans, they're saying, yeah, well, we do ammonia and all of this, but what we are really interested in is higher up on the industrial scale. Would be interested what session 2 is saying to that.
Okay, but so, I mean, therefore, when you sum that up, what's the kind of the main lesson, therefore, is about making sure that our supply chains are, we're clear about them, and the fact that we're being forensic about whether we are greenwashing, and are we being clear about what we're actually bringing into the marketplace? What is the key lesson for you?
The key lesson is, A, we need to know that this is most likely to come. Okay. So we need very good and reliable partners worldwide, and we need many relationships, and not only a few where we import all those products. And we need very robust systems that we actually clear of the carbon content of the products that we are importing. And for this, I mean, there are very intelligent people and very intelligent systems like blockchain technology and where you can have reliable certificates that really tell you. But yeah, we need to test it in the market, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to go straight on, because I'm conscious of the fact that last time I really ran over. So I'm going to make sure all the speakers get to the bat, and then we'll come into a conversation. So I'm going to go directly to you, Anita, without a break. Thank you for being with us. It's good to see you. You know, they're here because, Anita's here because of Vodafone. And it's really good to have that perspective built into this conversation. We've worked together on the Connected Europe. We had a Connected Europe initiative where we clearly declared there was a need for a digital and a green transition, a twin transition, and to be thinking about the role of digitalization in that. So share with us your thinking about the role a company like Vodafone can play in the transformation that needs to take place, but also how you can help think about the market in Europe in terms of telecom, which we need. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for explaining for the audience what Vodafone is doing on an energy panel, because you may have wondered. And thank you for bringing back the term of twin transition into the discussion, because we are really talking about the twin transition here, green and digital together. And interestingly enough, on a personal note, I am an energy industry veteran. I worked in the energy industry for 20 years. I used to be also energy ambassador, so it's really a homecoming for me, and I'm extremely proud that I represent Vodafone, a company which really means it. So when we are talking about green energy and transition, I would say that our commitment is around 3 pillars. First, net zero, second, circularity, and third, enabler. When it comes to net zero, just give you one data point. We are now, via our fixed and mobile network, are transmitting 10 times as much data as 5 years ago, and even though our power consumption remained relatively flat. And we committed to have renewable energy, powered energy, in our network by 2025 across the globe. We already reached that in 2021 for Europe. And when it comes to net zero, for scope 1 and 2 emissions, we aim to be there by 2030, and for scope 3 by 2040. So on circularity, let me just cite you one of our commitments that by 2025, we are reusing, recycling, or reselling 100% of our network waste. And we are already at 96% in 23, so it's quite remarkable. And we, of course, have quite many products when it comes to also devices and recycling devices, as well as renewing the life cycle of devices. But the real interesting for our discussion is our commitment to be an enabler.
Yes.
And we committed to decrease our customers' emission by 350 million tons by 2030. And just to give you a comparative number, only in 22, we already managed to decrease the customers' emission with 24.9, so 25 million tons, which is over 26 times more than the emission of our entire operation. So here comes in what a network, a telecom company, what Vodafone can do for the digital and green transition as an enabler. We introduced a new architecture called Open RAN, which is aiming for densely populated areas with various different architectures, which is 25-35% more energy efficient than any other solution on the market. But to bring examples closer to the energy sector, we work with E.ON, and over 20 million consumers where we brought smart meters across Europe, which obviously decreases the demand of those households, businesses which are using it. But we also have a smart tire solution, an IoT-backed tire solution with Continental, which decreases the fuel consumption of cars by about 1,000 liters per year, as well as increases road safety. And of course, the smart lighting solutions are also known, which can create 50% decrease of electricity consumption, as well as the smart building solutions, which are also creating good double-digit decreases in demand. But we, I think, many times also focus on demand reduction, and I would like to highlight one solution of ours, which works on the supply side. And that's a digital asset broker where you can integrate for any source of energy, for example, an electric vehicle battery, into the system, which during peak times offers electricity. So the system grid can extract electricity from the battery, and then it's recharged off peak times. So digital solutions, connectivity, IoT, and data together used smartly can enhance the supply of energy, can create serious energy efficiency measures, and can, of course, decrease the demand. For that, you need a well-integrated system across Europe. So I'm very happy to see also European Commission representative here. And our main message or ask would be that to be sustainable in this transition, you need to endorse and enhance not only the energy companies, but together also the telecommunication companies. Because the digital solutions and the telecommunication companies' network and data are essential to optimize our energy use and to create the most efficient energy usage what we can achieve. Thank you.
And it's a thank you. I'm so glad you were able to make it and bring that entry point into digitalization, because we've been missing that conversation up to now, right? And you've done it really well. But you sound too good to be true. You do. Come on. I mean, it's like holistic. It's great. Bang, bang, bang. And I know that you as a company have wanted to make sure you can be an enabler, right? And the facts are for themselves. You're not making it up. It's there. It is happening. What I want to know is that, what do you see as you've been gentle. What do you need from the European market and the European Commission when we think of next year, right? Is it about better competition? Is it about greater access, market penetration? Because if you are, let's say, a model company in terms of approach, you're still going to want to make profit. Absolutely, we know that. But you're doing things in a good way. But what do you want? What do you want from the Commission or the marketplace in Europe as Vodafone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are very well read. You are reading the papers. And of course, the picture I wanted to highlight and show is, of course, looks very rosy, and it shows all the various solutions we can bring to the table. But I would jump here on what Christian said, because you talked about the competitiveness of our industry, and then it was also picked up by the speaker before me. And to enhance the competitiveness of the European industry, we already heard 2 points of view, so I will insert a third into the discussion. We believe in Vodafone that it's really the 5G which can make the difference, and in that we are dramatically lagging behind China and US. In the 5G build right, it's about 20% across Europe for 5G build right, and the same equivalent number is about 70% in China and 80% in the US. So if you think of the future technologies, if you think of optimization for industry, how would we bring back competitiveness to Europe, how we keep the industry in Europe, then 5G is absolutely essential and needed. And you asked also about why is that? And we strongly believe the reason is that the market is literally very fragmented. We are about 97 operators in Europe, while the equivalent number in Asia and in US is 8 to 10, and that's pretty much what the market size can handle. So we are looking forward to work with the current as well as the next European Commission to create a healthy and sustainable infrastructure where we can also invest and scale. So every solution which I discussed is working beautifully, but if you want to scale really, and you don't only want use cases here and there and examples, but you want to scale at all European level, then we need to reinvest and invest into the network, that it remains resilient and reliable, and that will need a brand new framework for the whole industry.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's it from them. You've all been very patient, diligently listening. Reactions? Lisa. And before anyone picks up the mic, I'm just going to see if I can get 2 or 3 before we get back to the panel. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Marc Defren. I'm representing here an alliance of European NGOs, which is basically promoting a very low carbon energy mix with an important contribution of nuclear energy. So I was a bit shocked, I must say, by the statement of the Director General at the beginning, saying that renewables is security of supply. That, frankly, I do not understand. Renewables are intermittent, at least the one we are mentioning here, the wind and solar energy. So by definition, they cannot be security of supply. They need to be held by other means, be it storage, be it gas, as it was mentioned, or be it hydrogen or whatever other means, to become, in a way, participating to the security of supply. In addition to that, renewables are also basically not economic. We heard during the first presentation, the first panel today, by the lady from the European Bank, saying, yeah, 20 years ago, there were a lot of doubts about investing in renewables, in the wind and the solar, but now it's going on. Well, it's going on, maybe, but maybe not. If you go to the Court of Auditor and you look to the subsidies, even last year, now on a yearly basis, the subsidies for renewables, it's 100 billion euros per year in the European Union. And this even does not count all the additional investments which are necessary to make it work if you want to have it security of supply, which means the storage issue, the adaptation to the grid, we mentioned about it, etc., etc. So The way to renewables, I don't say that we don't need to do it, but the way to renewables is not the cheapest way to go for it if you take the full cost into account. Okay. And you have to look to the OECD studies on these issues.
Sure, but what's your point, sir?
The point is, when you look to nuclear, it's decarbonized, it's economic, and it is reliable. So the question to the Commission, we talk about transforming the energy and climate policy landscape. Is it not the time for the Commission to basically, as the organization, institutions, which is basically making the proposals, to again put nuclear much, much higher into the agenda of basically all the European documents and the strategies and the implementation documents compared to what we have seen over the last 20 years. And a very first example of that would be for the Commission to make a new illustrative nuclear program of the community. The last one is dating from 2017. It's really not anymore something to be used as a basis, as it is still the case.
Okay.
And it's important also, coming to the previous panel, it's also important, I think, to have that move forward for the EU, for the future of the EU. We're talking about the risk of the EU.
But what you're I suppose, not dealing with is by your proposition, you're going to put the two largest economies on a head collision, France and Germany, on that issue. But that's for them. That's for the panel to discuss, not for me. We're a think tank. We can just pose what the scenario is going to be. Come on, anybody else who wants to ask a question or a reaction to what you've heard so far? I can see that most of you are not looking me in the eye because you know I'm going to pick on you. So don't worry, don't worry. Any particular... Okay, I'm not going to... I was going to say flog a dead horse, but that's a terrible thing to say about an audience, isn't it? I didn't mean it in that way. So let me come to you, Pierre, in terms of responding directly to that issue. And Claire, I'd really welcome your thoughts on it as well. But no, first for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I mean, of course, I didn't mean to say that only renewables are security of supply. I think you're mischievously distorting a bit what I've said. What I meant to say is that they contribute to security of supply, and that I think I stand by, and I have no problems in saying. Now, of course, they need to be seen in a general context, and of course, there needs to be the stability and the stability of electricity production. One can talk about subsidies. There are fossil fuel subsidies as well in Europe, and they're quite high, and actually many will argue they far exceed the renewable subsidies. And then, of course, I think we have a situation where in all our modeling that we have towards 2030, but also towards 2050 and climate neutrality, nuclear plays a role. Already back in 2017, absolutely. I can show you the models. Already in 2017, when the Commission presented its climate neutrality plan, it had renewables as a main source of electricity production, complemented by nuclear. That's the same thing with the different modeling that we've done before. We are starting the modeling exercise for 2040, so a step between 2030 and 2050, and there as well, there is a role for nuclear. We have never claimed that nuclear would disappear. What we have claimed, and I think that is a common and a well-known fact to you, that it has to be the decision of a member state, whether it has nuclear or not. And we are now in a situation where there is a large group of member states that has nuclear, and there is indeed a group that has no intention or is strongly opposed to it. What we've seen since the crisis, I think, is that there's been a shift in the debate on nuclear. Many people thought that the energy crisis would lead to a shift on the debate of coal. That has not been the case. Coal usage has not increased, but it is obvious that in a handful of member states, there has been a development in the policy on nuclear. Now, that will, of course, be taken into account when we then prepare how we see the different steps, 2040, 2050, and translating that into the modeling scenarios. It is a bit too early to say exactly to the extent to which it will have an impact, because, for instance, there's a change in policy in Sweden, for instance, but there's no investment decision yet as such. So, of course, you have to base yourself on a bit more concrete decisions before you take that into account in the modeling. But it is obvious that there is there is, as I said, a handful of member states where you've seen a real evolution in the debate on the nuclear since the crisis. That will be taken into account in how we then, when we do the different scenario exercises and modeling exercises. But already back in 2017, it is absolutely clear that within the 2050 perspective, in the impact assessment that underpinned the climate neutrality goal, there was a role for nuclear there as well.
There.
Yes, thank you. As a compliment, I would start by saying one thing. We can't afford to oppose the energies. And I think that we have to have it in mind. We are in a situation where, together with, as we discussed, energy efficiency and sobriety, we will have electrification of a number of uses. We will be short electrons in Europe, short green electrons or short low-carbon electrons in Europe, if even if we push on all the levers. So, I mean, I was a bit struck by this intervention saying, well, trying to oppose again energies. Let's go back to facts. First, and here we need to be humble and pragmatic. When we look at energy prices, the relative prices have evolved dramatically in the last few years. We've seen, indeed, the prices of renewables, electric renewables, dropping. That's quite dramatic. The price of PV has been almost divided by 10, the price of wind minus 70%. At the same time, we haven't seen the same evolution on nuclear, and also for good reasons. Nuclear safety, Fukushima learnings, and so on and so forth. So we are now at a stage where the price of renewables, the most economic way to decarbonize is renewables. It may change. It is, well, we've looked at it carefully, and that's also the assessment of the Commission. And as you said, we are producing renewables, we are producing nuclear. So in a way, we have skins in all games, okay? Yeah. At this stage, renewables are the most economic way to produce electricity. And and talking about subsidies, when you look at a country like France, and we've looked at it carefully again, indeed, renewables have been super subsidized at the beginning, and then their prices have decreased. And in times of energy crisis, the availability of renewables has made it possible to reimburse the amount of subsidies that they had received. And that's a bit more than 30 billion euros. So we're not, so let's be careful here not to give false ideas. They haven't cost, when you look at a country like France, at least, they have cost a lot over the years. They have now reimbursed what they've cost. I think that's a striking fact. So at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not saying we need only one or we need only the other, but let's all be very responsible. Let's avoid false arguments and let's act responsibly. I mean, new nuclear capacities, if they are built today, will take 15 years to go online. So all the arguments that go against the development of renewables are simply shooting into our feet on the path to decarbonation.
Well said, Kat. Thank you very much. Christian.
Yes, just a short comment. Of course, I totally agree with Claire that we should not oppose between different solutions to decarbonize. This is clear, and I strongly advocate that. And I need also to defend a little bit European Commission, because I'm a supporter of nuclear, not because I'm coming.
Good for you, Christian. It's not usually
not
the case.
because I'm coming, only because I'm coming from Romania, and I understand, and I fully support also the Romanian government. Actually, is almost a unanimity of all political forces to develop reactor number 3 and 4, and we are the first country starting to look to the modular reactors. That could maybe change the mind of some countries if this technology is proven, but also because I believe that we need to have continuity, and it was well explained. And CCGT, of course, it's a solution, but for some countries, nuclear is a solution. But it's also true that to build new capacities is not cheap at all. It is very expensive to get rid of what you have and to close. Then it is difficult to understand that, but I cannot criticize. But for new capacities, of course, I also believe that investing massively and supporting massively the renewables is the only solution that we have. For some countries, of course, if they decide for security reason, for continuity of supply reason, to continue to invest in nuclear, I also think that is a very wise decision. Why I try to defend the European Commission, even that maybe on taxonomy, even on Net Zero Industry Act, they could be a little bit more clear showing the support for nuclear. But they should look also to the political landscape in Parliament and in the Council. And here, I have to admit that we didn't succeed always to have a majority in order to support the nuclear energy. There is not an opposition like is an opposition against fossil fuels, also wrong in case of gas as a transition, and also against CCS, now a little bit less opposition, and I welcome also European Commission that CCS is mentioned in Net Zero Industry Act, but there is not a strong support in the Parliament, and the Council is very much divided. So European Commission, looking to the political landscape, cannot act differently. So here, to be fair, first, let's try to change the decision or the support in the Parliament and in the Council, and then you'll see European Commission more enthusiastic in admitting that nuclear energy is a solution.
Great. We have a questionnaire at the back. Oh, and here. That's 3 men, though. Can we, some of the women, please, put your hands up too, if you can. Go on, sir.
Michael Nees from ECOS, the Environmental Coalition.
Just hold the mic.
Michael Nees from ECOS, the Environmental Coalition on Standards. I work on buildings or the built environment primarily. Biggest energy consumer, biggest gas consumer as well. Where a lot of us felt the energy crisis, which gas was at the heart of. And I want to pose a question in terms of when do we cut the links between homes and gas? Because hydrogen does not make sense for heating homes. We need it in other areas. So regardless of what you say about a decarbonization of the gas mix, that's not a route to decarbonizing buildings. Otherwise, you know, if we continue to allow buildings to be heated in that way and continue to allow the purchase and installation of gas boilers, we'll just continue the EU's addiction to gas. And it's the largest gas market in the world, I believe, by value, which the energy companies want to keep hold of. So we can't give the false impression that the situation in industry is the same for our homes.
Yeah.
So we need to decouple those two. So when do we get out of gas in terms of our buildings?
What do you think we should do, though, for the home? What's the solution for homes?
For homes, obviously, we need to transition their supply to renewables, as been repeated a lot of times. We need to look at the efficiency and the efficiency requirements in eco-design, so allowing what's available on the market over time, because hydrogen will never make sense in terms of energy efficiency. Economically, it will become very expensive. The energy is needed elsewhere. And then we have the Buildings Directive, which has those long-term goals of making buildings zero emissions.
Yeah.
So energy efficiency of the actual building itself to cut demand. So there's a big mix of things, but gas and a blended hydrogen mix of whatever will never make sense. So
yeah, but for homes in the future, you need some certainty. Otherwise, you know, people are just going to go crazy. But thank you for the question. Gentleman here. Then I need to wrap up.
Thank you.
Do introduce yourself.
So, Eric Fer, I'm a member of the Environmentalists for Nuclear Energy. But above all, I'm a citizen who cares, who worry about the way the transition is made. I hear that photovoltaic is the cheapest way to produce electricity. But if you speak to people in the street, they all know that they do not provide electricity to switch on the light when you need it, and to heat the house in winter. So it might be cheap when the sun is there, but the system to provide electricity when you really need it costs a lot. So if you say that electricity from renewable is cheap, that's a kind of line. And this morning, that there was a question about trust of the people in Europe.
Yeah.
And if you keep saying stuff like that, it won't work.
So you want a bit more honesty, clearly. But what's your solution? What would you like to see happen?
Well,
from a citizen point of view.
The Green Deal has put forward photovoltaic, wind turbine, a bit of green hydrogen, but they put apart nuclear, which is a very good way to decarbonize electricity. And I don't understand why it has been like that.
All right, great. That's it, I'm afraid, sir, because I need to wrap up. But so if I can start with you again, Pierre. Or actually, Claire, do you want to go first, and then we can?
Yeah, I can say two things.
Yeah.
First, cost of energy and cost of electricity. It's key. We agree. And I didn't say renewables are cheap. I say they are the cheapest, which is. And by the way, if a minute of publicity to say that we have made a study on how to decarbonize Europe. Cost optimizing and making sure supply and demand are met. It's very transparent, it's public, so anyone interested, please have a look. That's one, because indeed we need honesty and we need data and we need transparency. Second, responding to the point on homes. First, well, gas is used indeed for heating purposes, not just. Gas is also used in industry. Gas is also used in electricity production. If I turn to decarbonation of home, I would strongly agree that the first thing we need is energy efficiency and sobriety. That's a given. I mean, we need more efficient home. We need them to be eco-conceived. We need, and we know, by the way, that this is going to be much easier for new houses rather than for old houses. Yeah. And I think all the member states have tried for years to renovate and to speed up renovation in their countries. I've been part of it in my previous slide. It's not easy. It has to be done. It's an essential part of the way forward. Then what do we need in terms of mix? Well, my point here is let's be careful. Electricity cannot do everything. One, because in collective buildings there are limits to what you can do, technically speaking. And second, because we have a limited capacity. And as I was saying, especially as long as you have houses which are not renovated, you're going to have strong peak demand of heating in wintertime. So this is why you need to be super careful about the transition. And what you have to have in mind is that when you replace an old boiler by a new boiler, you gain 30%. If that's just new technology, minus 30% in terms of savings. When and then the other way forward is, of course, to replace old boilers by heat pumps. And here you can replace them either by electric heat pumps, 100%, but when it gets very cold, their performance decreases and they still contribute to the peak demand, or hybrid heat pumps. What is it? It runs on electricity at least 70%, 70 of the time, and it can run on gas when it's very cold. So that gives you the advantage of being electric most of the time when you need it, but when it's very cold, not increasing the peak demand. So you need, here again, you need a pragmatic approach. And you have to be careful not, that's a general rule, I think, in energy. Let's not be overly dogmatic. Let's look at the constraints and let's look at the pragmatic way to achieve it.
Okay, you really need to enter the life of politics, you know. We need more people like you in politics, really. It's great, good for you. I need to wrap up, but Pierre, I think I can't wrap up without you commenting on what we, you know, the two questions that we had.
Well, I don't think I need to add much to.
I know she's done it. She's done the job, right?
No, I mean, you know the work that we're doing on the buildings directive, notably. It's obvious that the renovation levels at the moment are not at all where we should be. We are actually quite far from where they should be. There is progress, but it's certainly not where at a level that would put us on track, right, for the different targets. I think this is going to be one of the major issues in the coming years, and it's difficult, as Claire said also, and you hinted at that, the whole financial construction of the the support schemes and so forth is very complex. There are good examples in some member states, but generally speaking, there are still many bottlenecks to address. And coming back to the gentleman on the second row, I mean, nobody, I think, at this table has argued that the electricity production would be composed of one source of energy. Of course, we need stability in the system, and that would mean that we have variable sources and stable sources of electricity production, and come also other solutions that, of course, we need to develop far more, like storage and flexibility of the system. And I think that's an agreement, and of course, then there are points of view on where you put the emphasis. But I don't think there's any serious actor in the energy debate that says it's only variable. It's not variable in any form whatsoever. So I think there is. I think it's very much our policy, and as I said, we fully respect the fact that on an issue like nuclear, you have to leave it to a member state to decide whether it wants it, and that is, and anything else would be a big mistake.
Indeed, also a political hot potato. As you know, it'll combust. Thank you, panelists. It's great. As you know, part of our brand is to make sure we bring you a multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary approach. So you have public, private, foundation, etc. Just so we can shake down the issues effectively. Thank you for contributing to that. Thank you all very much. So this session brings an end to the formal summit, if you like. And, you know, we had that journey. But don't go if you don't have to go, because we're going to have a fireside chat with two very powerful women. So please do stay. We're just going to change the stage, if you like, a little bit. But thank you for being with us. Less than 5 minutes, if that. Colleagues, just to say that this next session is only 20 minutes, so don't dash if you don't have to. You move around, do kind of come to the front if you can. Don't be shy. As I said, this is going to be a conversation with two very powerful, interesting women about this agenda. And I hope that we can make the most of it. So please do. Come. I know this has generated a lot of conversations about people, but I do need you to come back in. Okay, colleagues, I really come back through, if you may, if you would, please. Uplifting. It's going to be great. Colleagues, please take your seats. I promise you, this is going to be, a nice way and a high point to the summit. And gentlemen at the back, can I ask you to hush, please? Great. So we're building this as a fireside conversation. I think we should have rethought that title, Fireside, no. And, it's like, exactly. And it's kind of that thing that happens in gentlemen's clubs, when they have the fire and the men gather and talk as if they're running the world. But this is a different thing, with an alternative of the theme. It's really good to have both of you here or with us and making the time. And it's a shame, I wish we could have flipped it the other way, because I think the audience should hear from both of you in terms of what you're both doing. And it's great to have you, I suppose, wrap the conversation up in a way in terms of what you both, as women leading organizations, are and how you're changing the narrative, if you like, from inside organizations. Lisa, it's great that you'll be able to make it here. I'm going to start with you. You've gone from one household name to another, Obama to Apple. And, because, you did that job really well, and you chose to go into Apple. Say a little bit about that, would you, in terms of what made you make that change, but also how that continued your journey, if you like.
Thank you so much, Dharmendra. And hello to everyone here and online. It's really an honor to be here, and especially to be in Europe as a former regulator, to thank you personally for keeping the conversation about climate and circularity going through the ups and downs of policymaking around the world. And your leadership is appreciated and needed at this time. So to go from President Obama to my CEO and boss, Tim Cook, was actually an interesting journey. I did 4 years, the first term of Obama's administration. And when you leave that, and it's important to know, I was 25 years in the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. I started as a staff-level engineer.
Wow. Wow.
And so, of course, first the honor of being able to come back and lead an organization that I don't want to say grew up in, but my career developed in. Most of what I learned there. So to be able to lead that team of incredibly dedicated and talented professionals was the honor of a public service lifetime. When the time was over, I actually got a call from Tim, who I'd met back when he was still COO of Apple, and he invited me to come and visit Apple. And I should have known then, but he clearly did, that it would be really hard to resist thinking about a future there. And the reason is quite simple. Really, the one thing about the honor of being Environmental Protection Agency Administrator is that you make decisions that have real impact, for good and for bad, hopefully mostly for good. And Apple, we feel, should be the same way. Not because we want to take power away from government, but because the private sector also has a really important role in our transition to a low-carbon, sustainable future. And so to think about having the opportunity to go now back to, I'm actually an engineer by training, so there was a time in my life I thought I would be in the private sector. The public sector was kind of my big surprise.
Yeah.
So to be able to go back and work with the very talented people at Apple and achieve the things we've done. 2018, we became 100% renewable energy. 2020, carbon neutral. And the work we've done, which we'll talk more about, on circularity and the incredible partnership with PACE has just really been the next phase. I'm very, very fortunate. Thank you.
No, great. And thank you for sharing that, because I didn't know about that little bit, about the fact you actually came in really young and then suddenly you're at the top of the organization internally there. You've made a commitment. So Apple's made this commitment to be, you know, across the supply chain, 2030. Share with us what that looks like for you in terms of managing that transition. That's a big deal. I mean, I know you know it's a big deal, but you know, people know that it is quite complex, the supply chain that you have.
Yeah, thank you. It goes back to impact again. So in 2020, of course, Paris was what we were all thinking about, and we challenged ourselves to do as much more as we could, as fast as we could, because we believe that we should take on some of the hard challenges in our sector, in the tech sector, on behalf of our sector. And we are manufacturers. We make hardware. And so that presented an opportunity as well. So we made a pledge, and we call it Apple 2030, that by 2030, every single device that we sell will be carbon neutral. What does it mean to be carbon neutral by 2030 for a device? Of course, it means that the supply chain needs to run on clean energy. So we are in the process of moving our suppliers to clean energy. We have 250 of our suppliers who represent well over 80% of our spend already committed to clean energy for their Apple supply. But there's another side of that. Once we make and manufacture a device, okay, it's got a zero carbon footprint, but the minute it's purchased and a user takes it and plugs it in to charge it, it's also drawing energy potentially from a grid with a carbon footprint. So we have to also think about that energy. It's part of our responsibility the way we see it. So to sell a carbon neutral device by 2030, we also have to put energy on grids around the world to cover our customers' energy needs. Along the process, we also added a couple of other things. Number one, our devices have always been known for how long they last, how durable they're. The quality of an Apple device is oftentimes why people are drawn to them, along with privacy. That's something we're also known for. So we wanted that durability and longevity to be balanced with repairability, which I know is a big discussion here as well. And last but not least, we wanted to make the most out of every resource we use. The world has finite resources. We're using some of them. So we made a real determination that we wanted as much of our product, we say 100%, to be made of recyclable or renewable materials. So those are the journeys we're on, and we're doing pretty well.
Good to know. And I can say, you know, that's not because you're just Apple and you're here, but it'll be great when I think it'll be a sense of, especially when you think about the younger generation that's coming through, to have this, knowing that it's completely, you know, out of repair and reuse, you know, renewable product will be a win. But it also be a symbol, but also a learning tool as well, that you can do that, as well as make sure you're protecting the planet. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to Ramona. Ramona, thank you also for being here. You've done all, equally and also wonderful things in terms of making sure this agenda is right up there with the private sector, and obviously your partnership with Apple is a testament to that. Collaboration is key for you, as I understand it. Can you, say a little bit about the collaborative practice that needs to be in place if we're going to get there? Because it's not all private sector, it's not all public sector. We need the two to play together in the nicest way.
Of course, more than the nicest way. And I think I actually almost had the opposite journey, which was starting in finance and energy investment and then making my way through blended finance into this rather peculiar position and very privileged position of leading PACE, which is the platform for accelerating the circular economy. In that, we work with a number of real leaders in their sectors who have not only ambition for themselves, the way Apple does for their own portfolio and products, but are actually trying to co-create the foundations for a better world. We talk a lot about decarbonization and circular economy interchangeably, but the circular economy represents one big step further on, where we're going to have to rewire an awful lot of things. As I like to say a lot, everything, everywhere, all at once. We need a better foundation for the economy. We need social, nature, and environment to all be hand in hand in decisions, and we need to make that affordable and democratic and inclusive. We need good jobs. So, seeing many of the speakers here this morning, you see how our world has really tried to silo us into different places, one person advocating for nature, one person for good jobs.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
with our partnership, which must be by default both public and private, we're trying to advocate for all of it together. And to achieve that integrated vision, one of the interesting things is that companies like Apple, who have been in a leadership position, have discovered that it's actually much harder to do that in today's world, and have been trying to uncover sort of the hidden challenges or barriers, but also the hidden opportunities that lie in our production systems. Too often this question about a circular economy is seen as people having to give things up. But as Lisa's just mentioned with reference to Apple's products, and there are many, many other examples, if you actually re-engineer the production systems and shared infrastructure to do things like, for example, collect minerals and materials that are already out of the ground, and avoid putting the kind of pressure on our systems that we can ill afford at this time, we can ensure that everyone has a sufficiency without having to make it sound as if ordinary citizens will have to give up things they hold dear. And it's that nature of shared ambition and shared infrastructure. You do not want 100 companies trying to create a collection infrastructure, for example, and you certainly don't want them doing it outside of partnership with their municipalities or communities. So the kind of public partnership for things like shared mobility, exemplified by Drive Now, those are the sorts of partnerships that we're trying to build in the energy and digital systems, in food production systems, and bringing together net zero and decarbonization.
Before I go back to Lisa, you've talked about the importance of that collaborative principle, also about thinking more wisely about how you create an infrastructure, if you like, that it doesn't require many parts. You can share appropriately and move efficiently. Or share experiences where the multi-stakeholder discipline has driven change that's important, because people talk about it, do a little of it, and that's going to be key, and I want to bring Lisa into that later, but for you first, tell me a little bit, share your thinking on that.
Sure. I think change happens in a context. And one example I would point to would be, for example, we're working with the Catalan regional government in an industrial symbiosis pilot that brings together about a dozen companies who are trying to share as much as possible of their own resources. One company's trash is someone else's treasure, and so on. But also they have a vision to create better jobs in the community and better protection for biodiversity, as well as greater resilience commercially. So personally, I think that in the industrial and production world, there's a chance to take what's worked very well in the landscape approach for things like regenerating nature. Because when people can actually see it and feel it, and it's part of their community and they own it, that's when you actually get the true outcome of things like prosperity for all. And this involves companies working in a very different way with their suppliers, not telling them what to do, but sort of building a shared vision together. And many of our corporate leaders, like Apple, are actually engaging in very different kinds of discussions with their suppliers than they would have done in the past. It's not a value chain as much as it is a network of shared value creation that happens in a place that actually benefits all the people who live in that place. And I think that is the kind of vision that I wasn't hearing perhaps as much of in the discussion today.
Indeed.
I think we need to hear more about.
You need, absolutely, but it feels a bit like nirvana, though, Ramona, in the sense that if you're in a locality, like a geographical space, but when your supply chain is global, how you create that sense of shared, because my ears picked up when you said you've got this many suppliers who've already signed up to do the thing that you want to do. So if I can turn to you, that how are you designing for manufacturing for circularity when you think of your vast supply chain, which is global?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can just give some real world examples of how that's working, and it will bring it home a little bit. So we say to our suppliers that we want to be 100% recycled material. When it comes to something like our sector, we actually have to go about the innovation to be able to use those materials. An Apple product is an incredible feat of engineering, and part of that is material scientists and engineers who spend lots of time on durability, on cosmetics, on weight, on malleability, all these things. I'm not a mechanical engineer, I'm a chemie by training, so forgive me. But all that work has to happen on the upfront to be able to take what by definition is a much more diverse incoming stream of material, but still have it turn out. Our goal is really simple. We don't want you to be able to tell the difference between a product that has recycled content and one that doesn't, because we don't want our customers to feel that something had to be given up. We want both. We want circularity and we want quality and durability. That's really important to us. And we feel like it's a challenge that we can meet. So our engineers are working on this side to design and spec and test and qualify all these materials. Now we have to go to the supply chain. Those materials don't necessarily exist. And spec to them, hey, you know how you've been buying material in the commodities market for a long time? How about buying something else?
Yeah.
And remember, they're buying it. We aren't. So it's really using the influence of our global supply chain, thank you, our scale, our leadership, our power in that way to move the supply chain to a demand for recycled materials. If you have a demand for recycled materials, now you need the materials to come in
Indeed.
to be recycled. So we've also invested in things like our robots that disassemble iPhone, Daisy and Dave and Taz, because those components, tiny as they are, have a huge impact if we can get rare earth elements back out, or tantalum, or tin, or gold. So let me just give you a couple of ideas of how that works. The new MacBook Air, the most recent one, I believe it is, has 40% recycled material in it. That cut the carbon footprint by 30%. So right there, my Apple 2030 goal is very happy. I'm getting closer without having done anything on the energy side or the offside or anything on that side of the equation. But we're also meeting this other goal as well. And if you wrap that up around all of our products, we're about 20% recycled material in our products by weight across all of the products that we sell. Our carbon footprint has gone down about 45%. And at the same time, and that's our total footprint, our revenue has gone up 68%. So it's the key for us to breaking the tie between consumption or revenue and carbon footprint, is that the materials that you use to start the process are inherently much lower carbon than what we have been using a long time, and we're training a whole supply chain around that. And having PACE is incredibly important so that they have a home, a place where that kind of learning and sharing can be multiplied across others. So they're not operating at a disadvantage, but it's a level playing field.
Because I mean, what you've demonstrated there is what you can do when you are a powerful, iconic brand like yourself, but with the power of capital behind you to shift a whole supply chain, right? And it's quite important that others are able to see that the art of the possible and the art of what you can imagine differently. And I hope that you're able to share that story with other CEOs or others, that actually this isn't too difficult if you've got the scale. Actually, no, it's the other way around. If you've got the vision, and then you can use your scale. So I hope that we can see more of that. I mean, are you seeing more of that vision coming through from the CEOs?
Not just from CEOs, Dharmendra, but also from regions. So again, PACE is a public-private partnership. So I would point to, for example, the region of Western Queensland. A fellow board member on PACE's board is a minister there. She included at the same time some of the most aggressive targets on circularity in a mining region, as well as some of the most stringent on biodiversity. It can be done. It just has to be done together. I think what I really appreciate about our members like Apple and others is we, in a way, select them for their leadership on the triple opportunity, not on one or another. It needs to be all of these things at once, otherwise it won't actually work. If people only pursue decarbonization and they only take a technological path to doing it, we're not actually creating a better world or better alternatives. And we're also not showing what's possible. So all of the regions, the companies, and the organizations that form part of PACE have that sort of triply important vision in mind, and often collaborate together as a result.
Briefly, how much of this is a gender issue? No, I mean, come on. What I mean by that is we know that neuroscience suggests that women are able to, when you've got more of them in a boardroom, better decisions happen. We see a different leadership style happening in terms of being more foresight, taking risks differently, etc. I just want a quick reaction to that. Is this, I mean, are we seeing more women in your, especially in your position, Lisa, that actually are, you can see mirror images of you around the world?
Yeah, I'm starting to, and I think Listen, I think, like in many things in society, women are finally being able to be seen. They've been leading for a long time, but not necessarily been out front in their leadership. So it's very good, and I have often said, especially when I mentor young women, that you know, the key to saving the world is empowering women and young girls so that we have them on the playing field as well.
Thank you, because I think it was, I didn't want to leave that issue out, because it may as well be open and visible about it. Thank you both. I think what's going to be interesting is how companies like yourself and some of your partners are able to use the advertising. You see it increasingly, how, you know, companies are using the power of film, like short films, to really nudge behavior. It's the power of, you know, power of peers, and you can actually see people shifting to a different dimension, not only in terms of head, but also purchasing power. So thank you both for being with us. It's been great. And great, thank you both. Great, that was it. That was the end of the summit. Thank you for, you know, keeping the distance or going the distance. And see you again very soon. Keep an eye on our website for our next set. Tomorrow we have a very interesting piece on the implications of what happened in Russia over the weekend, where we've got 3 women from different parts of Europe, especially from Belarus and Russia, who will speak about what they think, how they think this is going to you know, make its impact and implications for Russia in the months to come. So that's on tomorrow. And so have a look at our website and come and join us. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.